to go through with you.
Será muy egoísta a ti desearte el mal. Yeah, conmigo a la buena y la mala pa' él. Yeah, yeah, yo soy como turista visitando el mar. Yeah, te veo con otro solo que no hacía. Lo que sea contigo, aunque tú me veas solo como amigo. Yeah, no solo quiero pa' eso. Yeah, no solamente pa' el sexo. Yeah, lo que sea contigo, aunque tú me veas solo como amigo. Yeah, estoy loco de tus besos. Yeah, baby, por ti es que rezo. Yeah, no sé si soy invisible, pero bebé, si quiero decirte que nadie te tratará como yo, que él al final son como todo, y ahí te tiene como yo. La no sube la navaja, él es la navaja. No te aporta nada, mami, es que no me encaja. Que porque es lindo tiene ventaja. Lo lindo se acaba con los años y del otro no tiene nada. Pido, mi semana todo le encuentra sentido. Yeah, baby, no es que sea mal nacido, sino que me ofrece lo que te he ofrecido. Yeah, Cupido, mi semana todo le encuentra sentido. Yo ya no sé ni lo que pido, pero son repetitivos. Lo que sea contigo, aunque tú me veas solo como amigo. Yeah, no solo quiero pa' eso. Yeah, no solamente pa' el sexo. Yeah, lo que sea contigo, aunque tú me veas solo como amigo. Yeah, estoy loco de tus besos. Yeah, baby, por ti es que rezo. Yeah, soy el amigo favorito que tiene tu mãe, y tu padre sabe quién se merece el puesto. Desde chiquito enloquecido si llora en la high. Voy a coger, mami, lo que yo me merezco. ¿Qué pasa? Sin miedo, bebé, es que tú estás conmigo. ¿Qué pasa si luego nos quitamos eso de mí? Cupido, mi semana todo le encuentra sentido. Yeah, baby, no es que sea mal nacido, sino que me ofrece lo que te he ofrecido. Yeah, Cupido, mi semana todo le encuentra sentido. Yo ya no sé ni lo que pido, pero son repetitivos. Lo que sea sexo, yeah, lo que sea contigo, aunque tú me veas solo como amigo, yeah, estoy loco de tus besos, yeah, baby por ti es que rezo, yeah.
Your heart, keep it in your pocket for safekeeping. Don't ever let nobody be the reason you throw it out, you stop caring about it. Don't let your hair get in the way, can't be defined by your mistakes. You know you try and you try really hard, but sometimes you fall, yeah, sometimes you fall. Sometimes you fall. Precious cargo, be careful with my heart, oh. Say I'm not sensitive, but I can sense if it's right for me. Don't let your hair get in the way, can't be defined by your mistakes. You know you try and you try really hard, but sometimes you fall, yeah, sometimes you fall. Sometimes you fall. And I know that you really tried to protect it. I know that you really tried, but you didn't get it. Sometimes you fall. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Keep it in here and lock it. Keep it in here, don't knock it. Before you try being on your own side for once, for once. Keep it in here and lock it. Keep it in here, don't knock it. Before you try being on your own side for once, for once. But sometimes you fall. 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 Sometimes you fall.
We were bike dirt tires on paved concrete, on the right roads, just had the wrong wheels. But I see you back in town, same shortcut jeans. My head still spins, my heart still feels like riding a bike, just you and I down a long back road. Your brown hair blowing in the wind like it did back then. All those teenage summer nights when I love you, you love me too. It was so easy, still get that feeling. When our eyes meet, I can hop back on our love like riding a bike, like riding a bike. Cause babe, our hands still fit, you still get that smile, and your winding curves still drive me wild, and bring me right back to wishing I didn't have to go, and think thinking maybe we should give it one more try tonight. Just take it slow like riding a bike. Just you and I down long back road. Your brown hair blowing in the wind like I did back then. All those teenage summer nights when I loved you, you loved me too. It was so easy, still get that feeling. When our eyes meet, I can hop back on our love like riding a bike, like riding a bike, like riding a bike, like riding a bike, like riding a bike. You got that red on the pilot that you always wanted, and I'm on the road still playing. But sometimes I wonder if it would have been better if we
Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live 2022 GSL Season 1 Code S.
Sometimes I hunt for the stone just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the GSL Code S. We're on day 2, going on into Group B. Group A was a good one. Some of the results were kind of what we expected, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think on day 1, DRG was kind of like a little bit of a surprise, I guess.
Sure.
Especially the fact he had no idea that the patch was live and still made it through.
That was the great plot twist of the tournament. We saw it happening.
We thought we were joking, but
yeah, we were like, well, maybe he just knows that the Queens can't do this, but he thinks it's going to work anyways. But
yeah.
Either way, I think today's going to be better, probably a little bit more interesting as well.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting group. Obviously, we have 2 big favorites, but our underdogs are capable of throwing in some upsets and making it interesting. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think our big underdog for today is going to be Armani, but let's see how he performs here. Ryung and Maru in this group as well, which is always exciting, and Zest, who's sort of been reinvigorated here as a Protoss pro. I want to see how he's going to do this season. I'm especially interested in him as a player.
Well, especially since he announced that it was his last season over a year ago and he was going to the military. He's been fantastic ever since, playing on borrowed time tasteless.
Yes.
And easily top 2 Protoss in the world along with Trap.
Yeah, man. This is going to be a group I think that's going to have major implications as far as who moves on here. Ryung has been playing very well, especially at the end of last year, looking like a strong player. Maru, I think we kind of always think he's going to get out of this group, so yeah. I'm already treating this as if he'll move on.
Yeah.
Zest, probably the other player who we see escape this group with ease, but I think Ryung is an interesting player. Armani as well. Armani, this guy's been very hungry for a while now. to kind of get the success that his peers have had. He's definitely one of the guys that's been overshadowed by the rest of the players in this group, or I should say in this tournament.
Sure. Well, he's been more successful lately than Ryung outside of Ryung's Katowice run, which he definitely overperformed there, which was awesome to see.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can kind of carry that forward here into GSL Code S. I'm hoping so. I mean, his TVP was looking pretty strong over there, and we'll see if he can keep it up against Zest. Definitely a stronger player for him to go up against.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see the scoring that Zest has had, as you can see here in the past Super Tournaments in GSLs. A lot of highs, a lot of lows, man.
Dude, it's actually, that's pretty good overall. Like, yeah, that Season 2 was rough for sure in second season Super Tournament, but like round of 8 and, you know, the second place and stuff, like he's been doing well, I would say. Like,
yeah.
It's too bad he didn't win again, because if he takes down another GSL, he's the best Protoss ever in Code S by far. Like,
yeah.
Right now
Yeah.
you might still be able to call him that over MC, but, you know, it's a conversation to be had rather than clear.
I think so. Ryung, you can see he's not got much of a record to speak of. But we know, he has been streaming a lot. Like I said, he did look pretty strong as far as his actual play went in last year. I'm curious about this. I think that Zest should come out on top easily, but I'm going to have my eye on Ryung in this entire group. I really want to see how he's performing overall. Even if he doesn't make it out, I'm interested in him as a player in general.
Totally.
And I think he's in a different phase in his career where all he's got to do is focus on StarCraft, and he's always been pretty strong since the very, very first year of StarCraft, too.
Oh, that's for sure. He was a very strong player back at the very beginning.
Truly old school.
Yeah.
And so let's see how he performs here. We're going to go to Glittering Ashes for map. We're going to go to Glittering Ashes for map 1. This is Zest versus Ryung. Game 1 starts now.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team GP, Ryung.
So I want to throw this out there. Ryung we always kind of looked at as kind of a brainy Terran. He was specifically like a, wow, no units lost yet? That's crazy. Wow. Okay, anyways. It's just such a funny, it has to be a misclick. Yeah, anyways, he's always been kind of like a brainy player, right? Back at the beginning of GSL, when this was Slayer's Ryung, he was kind of like a TVT sniper.
Sure.
Which generally, because it's a bit more strategic, a little bit less mechanical, you generally get like players that are pretty intelligent being pretty strong in that matchup. That's just historically been the case.
I think a very stamina-oriented matchup. You got to really be able to last and endure through a long, drawn-out game, especially old TVT from the past, which is really where he made his splash.
Yeah.
Old StarCraft 2 TVT looked like StarCraft 1 TVT. I think it's a bit more fluid now, but there was all these kind of, all of StarCraft 2, when people started playing, it was sort of built off the ideas from StarCraft 1. Some of those ideas turned out to be very useful, others were not. And so, the early StarCraft 1 days were kind of odd, but with Ryung being mentored by Slayer's Boxer, who was, one of the biggest deals from StarCraft in here and being on the Slayer's team.
Yeah.
He has a very interesting kind of origin story into StarCraft 2.
He certainly does. And, what I'm trying to get at here is, he's always been kind of a smart player. Nowadays, he's very good friends with Maru. They spend a lot of time together, talk about the game a lot. And Maru is like, kind of this genius prodigy of StarCraft 2. So I find that interesting because I think if Ryung just really focuses on becoming mechanically more sound, because that's always been his issue, is that mechanically he won't quite keep up, he could reemerge as a top Terran.
It's possible, absolutely.
It is possible. You don't normally see someone come back after that long and not really do anything, but I could see it. Dude, that Zest micro is not bad.
Yeah,
oh my
with the
God.
he's going to end up dropping those 2 probes eventually, but that was some pretty crazy probe acrobatics we saw back there.
Yeah, that was some synchronized probe swimming right there.
Yeah.
That was pretty damn good.
That was probe Cirque du Soleil.
I mean, he ends up losing 2, so at the end of the day it sucks, but...
Well, at the end of the day, didn't pay off, but at least...
it was still impressive.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's a nice start for Ryung. 2
Sure.
probes. Now, from Zest, we'd have the Oracle popping out. The Reaper is going to see that and get picked off immediately. Wow, even mid-air, I thought Oracle couldn't hit flying units. But going into the Twilight here, as well as 3 gates. So probably just a blink follow-up, which is, you know, pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, compared to what we saw the other day, you know, not as common. It's a little bit of an older way to play. It's not bad, but it's something we've definitely seen quite a bit of. And the 3 gate is, you know, very middle of the road even for that branch of this build, which is going to be Blink Stalkers coming out here.
It's like pretty safe.
Yeah. There was a Robo as well, right?
No Robo yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stargate. What am I saying? So he's using the Oracle basically as the spotter here.
But yeah, a lot of the time you actually will get the 3rd Nexus, then the gates, but here he's gone the gates first, so I think he's actually... it feels to me like Zest is playing a bit more careful of a game here against Ryung as opposed to a more optimized build that he might use. Like, for instance, if this was against Maru, I bet you he would have gone 3rd Nexus, 2 gates.
Yeah.
Instead of 2 gates, 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, this is, I think, a build where Zest is coming into this and just, you know, trying to figure out, okay, where exactly is Ryung at? Let's not do anything risky. Let's not do anything dramatic. Let's just play as straight up as we possibly can here, and try to see if there's any room for us to get ahead in that way. And I think it makes sense. I think Zest comes into this best of 3 probably actually knowing he's supposed to win this. He's better. And because of that, you don't want to try to be too creative, especially in the first game of the best of 3. I think you just come in here and try to see, you know, all right, what can I get done here?
Gonna get out of there immediately. The Stalkers, I mean, there's not a whole lot to get done here, honestly. So you can, like, pick off 1 SCV or 2. Okay. That's fine.
So I'm back. That's revenge for the 2 probes killed earlier on in this game.
Yeah, he's got to make it even. That's what it is. I like that. But more gates being made. +1 is already on the way here as well. A couple medevacs boosting out to the south.
I think this Oracle's going to see it.
Oh,
wait. I actually can't tell. I think it actually didn't see it.
I think it... Well, he would have turned around if he had seen it, but I think if his eyes were looking, I believe the medevacs were just caught on the edge of the
you think they
vision.
blipped on the mini-map?
I think so.
Well,
now,
he's about
like
to get
flank,
sandwiched.
Man. Yeah, this is
pretty sick.
Yeah. Beautiful.
This is brutal.
Beautiful.
He's going to lose at least 3 Stalkers.
Tasteless, I love what we just saw from
Dude,
Ryung.
that was actually awesome by Ryung.
Yeah, I think a lot of players would go to the Nexus, and then there would be like a recall, and it would just get held, and he loses 2 pros. But I think that this was a better play, of more like reducing the Stalker count and getting him out of your side of the map gives more room for Ryung to maneuver and everything as well. I think that was just a really nice move.
And honestly, a lot of these games, if Terran wins, are decided by just having an explosive push where the Protoss just barely doesn't have enough.
Yeah.
So to get those 3 Stalkers for free is excellent.
Yeah, it's so true. Like, you see that we are getting the peak in supply here for Terran. Like, you always see Terran go up in an even game against Protoss around this time where they start to peak up and do have that extra army. And honestly, he hasn't really lost anything, right? He's lost like a couple Marines, and that's it. Ooh, doesn't get the medevac. Nice boost from Ryung.
Yeah.
Ryung's really on top of things.
Ryung is actually, this is going to be death by 1,000 cuts here for Zest if things keep going this way. We're not going to be able to point to the one moment where Ryung did it. It's just like, well, he lost a couple Stalkers here, and so, you know, he lost 2 Stalkers there, some probes here, and eventually it's just going to be a fight where I think Ryung might have more. That moment might be coming up. I mean, he's getting little jabs here and there.
He's gonna Fruit Ninja him, man.
Dude, Fruit Ninja is not the way to go, man. It's not even a new game, too.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Right now, Zest is just hoping that he accidentally chops up a bomb, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's the comeback mechanic in Fruit Ninja for the computer.
What a weird time where everybody thought that the iPad games were just going to be where gaming was going to be at. And they did have plans for Zombies before that, Angry Birds, but that kind of just
Those were
all
great
went
games.
away. Yeah, they were actually good games, but
Well, everyone got money hungry and it destroyed those games, unfortunately.
yeah. Oh, man.
Oh,
That's an insane flank there.
Yeah.
That might make up for all the great plays that we saw there from Ryung. I mean,
Ryung actually, I mean, he clears all the Zealots, and he actually held on to a couple Marauders against those Stalkers, forcing them back. Look at Zest's army supply. It actually goes down in comparison. He's going Dark Shrine right now, which is not, like, when you have this size army that, like, okay, I mean, maybe it ends up working out for you, but it's not generally what you're looking for here. I think Ryung is still doing very well.
yeah, I mean, Ryung is hanging on. Oh, okay, good save there by Zest. But Zest is starting to do some work here. He's also continuing to have that rhythm of growth over on his side of the map. The 4th base is out. More gates are coming.
The Stalker's coming again. Trying to get a few hits here and there, but Ryung's micro is good. Pulling back, throwing down a couple mines here as well. DT Blink on the way. Enhanced Shockwave's coming up for Ryung, who is building his 4th command center. Of course, we have that 4th Nexus. Over halfway done here for Zest. So a little bit ahead on the 4th. Which, I mean, that's what you would expect anyways.
Okay, he's got to be careful not to overextend with those Widow Mines there. The next part of this game is going to be an interesting one because Zest is about to get a lot more gateways and get the upgrades he wants. But I think if Terran could try to do an attack coming up here, that might be the moment where Terran can take control of this game. But a lot of times PvT, you know, you stretch the game out for long enough as the Protoss, and the Terran sort of ends up in a lot of problems. Especially as more and more splash damage can be added in.
Where's the splash damage? Like,
It's
look
not
at the
here
army.
yet,
Yeah.
to be frank.
24 Zealots and 4 Stalkers, right? Well, we're going to go on no Stalkers. So right now, if you just show me the unit tab, I would put $1,000 on this being SOS playing. It's like, oh, his army's a Sentry and 24 Zealots.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've seen that before. That's SOS.
Yeah, he's going to win with Tier 1.
Yeah. DT Blink is done right now. Just want to throw that out there. It's kind of funny, right? Because he got DT Blink rather quickly for a PvT. And don't forget, that was one of the nerfs, is they have a little bit, it's not quite a second, it's like 3/4 of a second delay after Blink to attack.
Yeah, they don't immediately do damage upon the appearance of the DT after the Blink.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, which
is
I
sort of
felt
what
like,
DT Blink was used for, as it turns out. Everybody kind of thought this would be a keep away technique, and instead it was kind of a rush down move.
Yeah. And he does blink forward, takes a little bit for that, and, well, that, I mean, the DT's got absolutely slaughtered, so that definitely didn't work. I mean, the next thing we're going to see is DRG's Queens walk over with no creep and try to attack that Bioforce. Like, guys, do we read the patch notes? Come on. But yeah, those DTs definitely not as effective as he wanted them to be. Still Ryung up in workers and up in army as well.
Okay.
And there's no splash damage is what's really killing me here.
Yeah, I kind of thought that we would eventually start to see splash damage come. I mean, this is a way to play. It's a way we've seen before.
Yeah.
It's
like we're
always
watching
been,
Adel Scott 12 years ago.
Well, it's weird because it looks like an old Brood War comp. It's like just, you know, Zealots and Dragoons.
It's Gateway Man is what
it's
it is.
Gateway
Just say
Man.
what it is, Taste.
It's Gateway Man, dude. It's just mass ground units, Tier 1, and you're kind of almost behaving like a Zerg in some way, where you're trying to flank here and there and then counterattack.
Yeah.
And basically punish the Terran because they aren't that mobile. But I'm surprised to see Zest go in for this play here against Ryung. You know, it wasn't clear that was the direction the game was going to be in, you know, maybe 6 minutes ago. But as things have slowly panned out, here we are. We see that, you know, it's continuous gateway units, and now DTs with Blink incorporated. And I don't know if it's necessarily bad, but I don't know if it's like the best way to play the game either.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is, because look, you're getting 30+ charge lots. Like, they're not even all going to be attacking at the same time. Yeah, they're pretty pretty tanky and everything, and like take a little while to chew through, and they deal a lot of damage. But you really need splash at this point. That's what gets Terran in a hard spot. And if you look at the composition that Ryung has made, like I really like his position here much better, and the way he's handling it is very intelligent as well. Like he is not overcommitting forward on anything. He's grinding Zest down slowly but surely.
Yeah. Now, Ryung hasn't really been able to take a major swipe at any of these bases, but we could be getting close to that moment. Zest right now on to 5 bases. Oh, great blink in there. Doing a lot of damage. GMP's come down, but the Zealots are going to come right on in. And again, the Protoss just has to be, lopsided in defense, and it looks like that's going to happen here at 6 o'clock. The Nexus is going to go down as the recall comes in, and that's going to be mission success for sure there for Ryung, as he's going to escape with most of those units, and especially the medevacs. And now Terran is actually going to be up a base. I mean, the Nexus is being remade, but this command center, I think it's got Planetary, is about to finish here at 3 o'clock.
This is, I'm loving this game out of Ryung. And as far as Zest go, I'm still just kind of looking at it, wondering, I don't know, he's so gateway heavy, just running around here. He's bringing up more and more and more DTs. Blinks forward there once again, and that's it. GG.
Ryung takes that, and it was a game, all right. I can't believe that Zest went with that style.
Yeah, like I'm okay with you staying on gateway units for a bit, but then he like started attacking a lot with it. Like I guess he really committed heavily into that charge lot stalker tech that we saw in the center, where Ryung barely held the stalkers and then also pulled back against the charge lots. It was like 2 separate battles on the same screen.
Right.
And from there, I think Zest didn't feel comfortable getting into any splash. But honestly, I think he needed to. It's not that hard to throw down the support bay and try to get a couple disruptors out to allow you to get into other things.
Or get Psystorm or something. I mean,
it was an interesting choice.
I mean, whenever I see that style, I always think SOS. I know you were talking about just Zealots and nothing else, but I mean, even we've seen him do the Stalker and the Mass Expand style.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't think he should pull it out again. Right now, Ryung is 1-0 here. If he wins another one, he goes on to the winner's match. Game 2, it's on Roughneck, and it's ready to start right now.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team GP, Ryung.
So, I mean, I have to imagine that Zest is going to do something a little bit different. I mean, that late game comp, that's not normal. I mean, we've seen it before. It's not, the craziest thing, but to be honest, using that against Ryung in the first game and the caliber of player that Zest is, or at least looked like he was, only, not long ago, that is crazy to use that. And then when it wins, you think, okay, what's going on here? I mean, maybe Zest is trying to be a little bit experimental. Maybe he thought he had a better handle on how to kind of use that counterattack, clobber play style of Mass Zealots and Stalkers. But, I mean, ultimately, Ryung got the upper hand. There's a lot of ways to play PvT.
Yeah.
And I feel like what happened with Zest back there was he gave up on a lot of the tech assets that Protoss need to really be safe against these big chunks of units.
Yeah. One thing that game made me think of, the way that Zest played looks to me like something that would really smash a Terran that's not like really top tier in their thinking, right? Because once you identify what he's doing, it becomes a game where you just grind it down, where you're not ever overcommitting. If you overcommit one time there as Terran, I think Zest beats you. right? So I think like if you take one of the lower tier Terrans in this tournament, Zest might smash him with that. In fact, it might be easier than a more regular composition to do that because you're just macroing up and your opponent screws up and loses an army, and then you have this tempo advantage that's not going to be touched. But Ryung he played a very smart game. He like controlled his army well. He didn't overextend, not even close to overextend even one time.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Zest got absolutely trounced. So I do wonder why he chose to do that, but I guess we'll just see how he's going to play this one.
I guess there was a couple moments where Ryung was running circles around Zest. You know, we were talking at the start of that game about death by 1,000 cuts, and it looked like that was the direction the game was going in. And maybe, you know, if Zest has a cleaner start where he's not hemorrhaging the key units that he's going to try to build up into late game, and in this case it is Zealots and Stalkers, maybe the game goes a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, time's going to tell. This is, right now, the build, at least the starting point. I mean, there's going to be a lot of, you know, possible forks in this build as the game, you know, pans out. But right now, it looks pretty much like the last game. I think is it 2 gateways instead of 3, and then Robo?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's the standard expansion nowadays.
Yeah.
Is 2 gate blink into 3rd, and then add everything up.
This is the one that's most hungry to kind of pull the game into a later game and get all the you know income that you need. The 3 gate's a little bit more of a control play.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that this game is going to necessarily look like the game that we had before. In fact, I think that the Robo here could lead to us probably eventually getting Colossus tech up here.
Yeah, it could.
The Protoss doing like a slope play, basically hanging back until they get that tech up, and it might be not much more than a Warp Prism flying around the map, and basically, you know, the Protoss player trying to be like the Karate Kid, you know, wax on, wax off, all the little attacks from Terran. And then eventually, if this game goes in the tech that I think both you and I are thinking about, Artosis, it's going to be one where you start to get different types of splash.
Yeah.
Colossus to Templar to Disruptor.
I think he will do that. We saw him add a couple gases there, so that's definitely for something. Adding 2 more gates first, but he is starting to bank quite a bit of gas, so we'll see what exactly that's going to be for. It'd be hilarious if he's like, nah, I'm just making 1,000 Stalkers, but I don't think he'll do that. Okay, Templar Archives, there you go. So we're going to see Zest go into Psystorm almost certainly here.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I was
not
holding my breath watching that attack there. 4 more gates, by the way. Templar Archives is coming. I think you might have said that, Artosis.
Yeah.
And he's going to come back in. Now, again, if there's no SCVs here, you can't repair that in time, but the problem is that there's not enough Stalkers to basically smother the bunker and damage in time for you to kill it and then get out. So I feel like already we're seeing Zest at kind of a bit of a clunky start.
Yeah, he's keeping a lot of pressure. I think he's kind of utilizing this as well to check what Ryung has.
Yeah.
And in fact, that time, like, no units were there, right? So maybe he's read that. Look at his Stalkers go home. I think he realizes that there's very likely medevacs on the way to his base. And there are. It's unloading outside. There is an observer kind of watching for that anyways. Psystorm is about halfway done. And this is kind of looking like a trap style that we're seeing here. And this can be, this can be very, very strong. A lot of times when we see trap do this type of style where you just kind of go for a very quick Psystorm, what we'll see is you kind of walk up and they don't have ghosts and you just like butcher their 3rd, you know?
Yeah.
It's like there's not a whole lot that they can do there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, I think it's a great way to play to have the Templars in the Warp Prism. You know, and keep in mind the Terra never knows if that's coming until the Templars actually come out, right? And then trying to, you know, really damage them down with the rest of the storms that are going to come in. Now, Terran's still staying on 2 bases. A 3rd's not going to be far away. I do like that Ryung didn't overextend an attack in if he didn't feel safe.
Yeah.
Which I think is honestly something we've seen a lot of Terrans not really do that well.
Yeah.
A lot of Terrans are almost like reflexively diving in moments, and you know, it's a little bit of a cross your fingers play because you know, if you're not sure that you can get in there and actually do the damage, there's a chance the Stalkers are just going to shoot down your medevacs, and then what happens is you're just trading out units, and we've seen a lot of games where Terran does that, where they're just kind of, you know, they look fast and it's an exciting match until all their stuff's gone and the Protoss, you know, gets to 1A across the map and actually kill them off.
For sure. And it is good to see Ryung not do that. Zest macro very much on point this game. You can see him keeping right up in supply with Ryung. Very well done. And now coming across with those Psy Storms ready. The few ghosts are coming out right now.
Yeah, and that's a lot of splash there. There's a lot of Widow Mines here. I don't think there's actually an observer here. Do you see one?
Yeah, there is one.
Where?
Siege to the right.
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I see it now. One to the right. And Zest is going to come in here, and this looks like quite a bit of damage. I don't know that Terran can actually hang on to this position.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. That is a lot of charge lots. The Psy Storm's doing some big work as well. Nice EMP goes down, so down goes the Prism here.
Yeah.
Does storm, so he can't really be chased all that well, but I think that's pretty much the end of the attack. And a nice pick off of that Archon as well. Can't quite get out of there. There's another storm. It is a soft army for Ryung, so it's not like you can chase. But I would say that that was a pretty good hold overall.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, Ryung, I thought he might actually just fall apart there, but really good arcing. And, you know, he's fought.
His defense was really great with the spread of the mines. Like, you couldn't really charge in, and you couldn't get as good of Psy Storms as you were looking for there.
Right.
So it was just some great positioning from Ryung, and as you said, great arcing as well.
Nice snipe there on the medevac, pulls back away. And this is a different late game here. We do have the Robotech, you know, we do have the Templars that were used earlier. So even though we do have lots of Stalkers and Zealots, this is a much different approach from Zest, and I think it's a much better way to play the game, frankly. Nice snipe on the Obs. Zest is ahead. He's taken another base. And we're going to have some Zealots sent in here. This might be enough to just shoot this down immediately. Yeah, good call pulling away.
Yeah, that would have been bad. We have a second Robo as well as that support bait coming up. So we'll see. It's going to either be Colossus or Disruptors. Either one is going to be fantastic here. And, you know, Zest taking his fourth base. It looks like we're going to get into like a really reasonable, pretty, I would say like pretty even looking macro game. Although I honestly, looking at this, as soon as we have like 2 to 4 Robo Splash units out, I like Zest's position a bit better.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be up to Ryung to try to come up with something here and push out. And honestly, especially on this map, I don't feel like the Protoss is that pushable at all on any of the bases that they have. I mean, maybe the center right base at 3 o'clock is, you know, the most attackable spot. It's still like a huge
I don't
travel distance.
Yeah, it's just like a little bit too far back, and you have to go around this little lip to get in there, and that's really punishable. Oh, I like that mine in there. Very annoying. Gets a couple more before going down. Disruptors are coming out, and plus air attack, so might be going into carriers from here.
Yeah.
Definitely looks that way.
It's going to be a little bit before we get to see the carriers used here, but I think that Zest has a better idea. It's a lot different than like just trying to counterattack, and you know, like we saw in game 1, it's just trying to get better and better tech until you really can't be touched anymore. Really nice force fields there. Good pickups from Ryung, but this counterattack is insane.
That's a lot of Zealots, but I mean, the mines do weaken them up a little bit. Just lifts off that command center. Gonna lose a few of these, dragging the rest of the Zealots back through some more mines. Gonna clean those up. Loses 10 SCVs, so that's pretty good, but Ryung still has 66 workers, that's still a very healthy economy.
Right.
You know, if you're dropping to like 40 right now, I'm worried about you, but 66 is a very solid 3-base economy, and obviously mineral patches are starting to run out, so you're still good. You're still mining very well.
So, I mean, I don't see any signs that this game is going to end anytime soon. I will say Ryung has played, I think, some of the most patient TVPs we've seen. Like, he's really not overextending, which I think has been one of the mistakes a lot of Terrans have made. And I don't even mean to knock on the Terrans for being so aggressive in the past, but it does seem like, you know, a lot of Terran's Sphere Protoss in a super long game, but you know, Ryung is not going to give up what he's worked hard to, you know, build up to here, and I like that. And so now he's got these two, you know, different groups down here. One at the top right, one at the bottom left. I guess this top right group is really more in the middle now, but and he's going to look for the soft spot. He's going to look for some imbalance in the defense, and then he's going to try to strike that area.
I got to say, like, right now, this is probably the best time, right? Because he's trying to switch into carriers. He's got like 3 or 4 Stargates, double Cybernetics core, and obviously we see a huge supply advantage for Ryung because Zest is trying to buy something else. But Zest's defense here, Storm and like 7 Disruptors or so, you can't break that here. So this is very tough to attack into. I think Zest strategically has played this very nicely. Look at this, he EMPs and runs in on top of the Disruptors.
Dude. This angle
God.
is about as sick as you can make it, man. This is so much damage. The Zealots are suddenly nowhere useful. Maybe a recall's in order. Maybe a Chi instead. Argos ass.
That was well done, but Zest did have a huge amount of Zealots on the bottom left, and when Ryung jumped on those Disruptors, they were not in an optimal position, and he was very slow to get off any disruption balls.
Yeah.
So I think that the defense moment there from Zest was very well played. I mean, very poorly played from Zest and very well played from Ryung. And I mean, that was good on Ryung for taking the game right there, because with 4 carriers in production, it's going to get very tough very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of blown away that was a 2-0.
Yeah.
I thought like Ryung is going to put up a pretty good fight. By the way, there's something different about Ryung in the studio right now. Like, he's got some pep in his step.
He does.
You know what I mean? He's feeling comfortable. That's a damning moment there for Zest to lose that first game. He's not out yet.
Yeah.
Up next, guys, we're going to go to the second half of the group. The other half of the group, I should say. It's Armani versus Maru. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Stop me. I'm going to kill you. We'll spare you. Shut up. Huh?
Come on, when the asphalt's fire, it's down to the wire. 4 lanes we shredded. First place we headed.
You can't stop me. I'm going to kill you. We'll spare you. Shut up. Huh?
When I was young, just a boy, dreamed of falling in love with a girl like you. Through the years I thought I found you, but nothing would do. Now here we are. Ooh, I wanna grow old with you. Making my dreams come true.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어너더 레벨 핫식스.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리.
Today's matchup. Zest, Ryung, Armani, Maru. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live 2022 GSL Season 1.
1 versus 1 game, Artosis.
1 versus 1.
1 versus 1.
All right. We've already had 1 versus 1. Let's go on to another.
Yeah, and then let's 2v2. Not. Oh my God. Never. Yeah, guys, we're gonna go to Armani versus Maru. Maru looking cool with that pose there.
Yeah.
Maru's gotten older, man. I mean, we all are, but growing up, man.
Yeah.
This
Doesn't it seem like we're growing up faster than him, though?
No, I think we're actually getting more and more mature as time passes. So, look, I mean, Armani's track record displayed on screen here. I mean, that's kind of where he's at.
Yeah.
There's no shame in that. He's really been trying to break that round of 16 barrier for
I mean,
long
he
time.
did have the year before, you know, that top 4 that was super sick for him.
Sure,
He's,
yeah.
He's had some standout performances here and there, but honestly, you watch his play and he does strike you as a round of 16 guy.
Yeah, yeah. And so, I mean, I feel like Maru should just have a very easy match, right? I welcome surprises. I welcome plot twists. Hey, we already had one here with Ryung beating Zest, but this one, I think this one's a little bit more clear what the future holds.
Yeah, yeah. Armani, you know, he's got some tricks to him, and he is good. Like, I don't want to sell this incorrectly. Like, he's a strong player and everything, but
Yeah.
Maru is the best Terran in the world.
Right.
So Maru is supposed to win this, like, basically no matter what.
Yeah, well, it would be shocking if he didn't win here. And we'll see, you know, if that's the case now.
That would be like Rogue losing to Keen or something, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
Where you
no,
just
it'd
look
be
at it, you're like, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, that's hard to imagine, but hey, man, Armani's prepped, he's planned. Let's see what he's got. You know, for Maru, this is just another player to knock down on his path to try to get to another GSL Finals and win it all. Game 1's ready, guys. Pride of Alteris is where it starts. Let's do this.
Pride of Alteris.
2022.
Did I say it wrong?
I thought you tried to say Pride of all Terrans. And I'm like, you're right, he is.
Pride of Alteris, go. Artosis, we know that you're the Pride of Alteris, okay? Let's not be confused here.
Guangdong Freak,
No,
Armani.
tasteless. Not the pride. The inner monologue.
You're the martyr of Alterans.
Maru,
Artosis is like, I died for all these cheesers' sins. Yeah, I mean, let's see what kind of game we're going to get. Again, Armani, you know, one of the weaker GSL Code S players, certainly a regular on the show, on the tournament, but we don't really expect him to ever be beating Maru. But again, every tournament's, you know, you're turning a new leaf. Let's see what each of these guys have.
Yeah, by the way, Maru going for a command center first.
Yeah.
Not the most common build, but cool to see. We have seen it getting mixed in slowly but surely a little bit more over time.
Yeah, well, it seems like so many builds are just optimized to be greedy that the actual most greedy thing in the game to do would make a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
And so the idea is basically, all right, well, this guy has a build where he says, okay, I can hold off exactly every attack and just barely live. It's like, okay, great. Well, then what happens if I just make a command center first?
Yeah,
like,
suddenly
what?
you're actually ahead.
He's like, oh, well, I didn't factor in the idea of attacking you. I don't have enough to really make that work, because then that guy that goes command center first, he just barely holds up everything.
Yeah.
If you play as greedy as possible. So, you know, there's terms for this. Some people say economic cheese, but I almost feel like that doesn't really give the play the kind of, it doesn't really capture the ideas of what's happening. I mean, there's a role.
What would you call it then?
Huh? It's just super greedy. I mean, what it is. I mean, it's the greediest opener. It's very risky. But
yeah, okay.
But you know, the thing with the cheese is, I think a cheese is meant to grind the game to a halt and force a GG. Or a super greedy build, it's like, well, you're going to be ahead, but look, man, you can get ahead and go for a drop and lose the drop. You can get ahead and tech incorrectly. It actually is not always that easy if you play super greedy to know how to handle every situation, because you've cut a bunch of corners.
Would you then consider? Because I think what you said there is completely fair, especially in a matchup like this. But what if it's a mirror matchup? Would you then consider economic cheese, because then you're just ahead, right? Because
well, no, I mean,
there's less play. Because now you have more.
I get
of the
the
same
idea of
thing
it being
your
sort
opponent
of cheesy, but I think it's, again, when I think of cheese, or I think of a rush. I mean, a rush is, I think, probably a better idea that captures what a cheese is, right? But no, I think it's a super greedy build that gets you way ahead in a mirror matchup, right? I mean, it's and you look, all the builds have different ways they interact with each other. There are a couple builds that both look pretty middle of the road in a mirror matchup, but then one actually does get you way ahead because of the variables inside that build and what you can or can't do versus the other build, right? So no, I mean, I mean, some people say cheese, but I think it's just there's better ways to articulate what's happening. Not everything that is, like, you know, could be a quick advantage is a cheese, you know.
But what if I don't like it?
Well, then it's a cheese Artosis. then we're in your in your stream, and
now we're finally getting somewhere. Artosis.
No, then they're apes Artosis. They have no skill and they don't deserve to win. Then that's what's happening. By the way, Perdos need to get that unit underneath the center of the map. What is that doing? Someone bring that up above the map.
That's what happens when you get carrier burrow upgrade.
You actually have to get unburrow for the carriers. It's really, really hard to research it.
Okay.
You have to basically get a StarCraft 1 Dark Archon and then mind control a StarCraft 2 drone and then go all the way into the unburrow tech if you can find it.
All right, so we have Cloak coming up here for Maru, as well as some Banshees. Bailey Nest for Armani, who's on 3 base. We have those additional Hellions coming across. Gonna look to see if they can get a little bit of damage here. Reaper going up to the front for tanking. Instantly, I love that. Instantly makes the Evo to block those Hellions from running in. So really great defense so far from Armani. Playing a very solid game. I like how heavily he's droning as well. We have 12 drones being made right now, very nice. Maru gonna land his 3rd command center immediately.
Yeah. And, you know, there's a possibility, you know, just with the way that this opening went, that Maru may have a pretty anticlimactic victory where he just attacks and wins. And again, we got to go back to that CC first. Just to be clear, he might just come out here and bop Armani. What's wrong, Artosis? What are you doing?
No, I'm just watching the game, Tasteless.
Artosis.
Yeah, you keep commentating.
Suddenly, demons possessed Artosis' brain. He saw something. He saw ghosts inside the game. He saw that this map was haunted. Only he could see. The soulless pro gamers moving and wailing through the map, asking for GG once, and let their souls be free.
Couple Evos coming up right now. Baneling Speed on the way, as well as that Spire. I like the style that Armani is going into right now. I like that he's going Ling Bane Muta just straight up, getting the Baneling Speed first. It's a lot safer that way. Going into those evolution chambers. Like, he's trying to just go into like a straight up macro game here, which you gotta appreciate. But I think it's the right choice as well, because he is playing against this command center first, so it's not like there's some window for him to do damage. You know?
Yeah, right. Looks like this one Banshee's not going to get away. Oh, wait, what? Okay, yeah.
Very nice. Very nice pickoffs.
I thought maybe the weaker one might actually fly out in time, but no. So good shutdown there from Armani. And this Spire is actually just about to finish here.
Of course, 1-1 here for Maru. Quite a bit ahead of Armani's, but you know, we'll see if he can kind of catch up over time here on the upgrades. I don't think he will be able to. He's going to have like pretty big periods being down 2 upgrades, but Banelings can help with that, and obviously you can kind of draw their attention away and slow them down with mutas. Now the creep spread is not that far in front, so that could be a little bit problematic here. Ooh. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, not terrible.
Yeah, look at that tank siege location.
This is so Maru-esque. The Banes are going to come down. Good pickup. Damn, dude.
Yeah.
The Mutas try to come in here, hit the tank. They are going to take it out. This could be a very good spot for these Banes to come in here and connect.
Yeah, very nicely done here from Armani. Look at that. Cleans that up right away. I think his Baneling counterattack was all right as well. Cleared a little bit of those reinforcements. Maru will get out with just a few units here, making an additional factory. We'll see if he wants to just stay on heavy siege tanks, or we're going to see more mines mixed in.
So the Muta's going to back up.
And hey, during that, during all that time, Maru hadn't started 2-2 very quickly. So
no.
A lot of, how far behind Armani was on upgrades, closed right there. So that's really fortunate for Armani as well. He's putting out a very nice game.
Yeah, I mean, Armani's, I think he's in okay shape. He's built up very well. To be honest, I was focused a lot on what Maru did early on, but maybe Armani did a pretty graceful job of kind of playing catch-up and cutting his own corners, you know.
Yeah, sure. Now the Muta's coming in for a bit of harassment here. We do see, by the way, Drilling Claws as well as +1 vehicle armor. So that tells us that it is going to be mines instead of siege tanks from here forward.
Right. These Banes not finding a target, kind of an unwise decision to pull those out there, especially on a ramp like that, where you know if there's nothing at the ramp, it's at least going to have the depots lifted. But Maru, I mean, he's really bided his time here. And what's turned out to be a pretty close game. I mean, we haven't had any kind of major fights. I guess the biggest one was the one siege tank and the rest of the infantry trying to shell that third base. But overall, it's been a very passive game here. We're getting closer and closer to both sides maxing out, which should kind of bring us to some kind of a climax, some kind of a fight. Armani is going to set up for Banelings to try to flank the third base here, and he's going to set up another big attack over here, maybe towards the Terran's Natural, if I had to guess.
Morphing a few more Banes.
One more Muta coming. I don't think that was intentional, but...
Maybe not. He's like, oh, I do need one more here. Oh. Well, that's a lot of very red SCVs.
What's in the Baneling? Pain. Nothing killed there. And he's actually making more and more mutas. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was actually a mistake when you just see one making, but...
2-2 is going to be finishing up pretty quickly here as well. Maru has started his 3-3 on time, so going to keep that upgrade advantage a little bit. But Armani, I got to tell you, I'm quite impressed. I think he's just playing very, very well. Starting to move forward here at some Ling Bane. I'm not sure what he's looking to do with that. That doesn't feel like... That group of units doesn't feel like it's going to do something, and if you're going to do something like that, I think your mutas have to hit somewhere at the same time. And so, not a big fan of that move, but it's not the end of the world.
Right, right. This game has turned out to be, you know, a pretty long and kind of crazy one so far here. I mean, we're only about 11 minutes in, but, I mean, the map is very gradually getting, you know, built in with either Zerg or Terran everywhere. Now, this new base that Maru has, the 4th base, this is going to be a pretty big target for the future attacks. I mean, we've got the mutas here. This is trying to draw infantry back into the main, but there's going to be another huge attack. In fact, it's inbound right now, and here it is now.
Yeah, that's a lot of banelings rolling in right now. Oh my God,
what
the
is
planetary
happening
gets
here?
blown up.
Is this going to be Ryung versus Armani in the winners match? Is this, you know?
Zest versus Maru and the losers.
We're going to find out. It's
best Terran and second best Protoss in the world going at it to get eliminated.
It's so weird. This is where we're going to find out there's also hidden cameras in this studio, and everybody's going to come to us after the show and say we got pranked. Oh, boy.
Nice catch on the mutas.
Yeah, not bad.
But yeah, Armani, like, considering that this was a command center first that went off without a hitch, Armani is just playing straight up macro, beautiful play, great choices just about all around. Loving it. And he's even going to the Ultros Cavern now. He's got +3 melee on the way, +3 carapace on the way, burrow, +3 muta attack, which you do not see every day.
Right.
His creep spread's solid, his bases are good.
Honestly, I think Maru's almost dead. So he's still on 3 bases now.
Yeah, that is a problem. He really does need to have a 4th right now.
Yeah. The Zerg has soon here more than double.
Well, his 3-3 is finishing now. So, I mean, if there was a time where he can get across the map and get something done, it's now.
Sometimes, I think especially for players like Armani, this could be like the most nerve-wracking moments, by the way.
Yeah.
This is occasionally where we see players choke anyways. Great counterattack here with these Lings.
And looks like those are buying him some extra time. Pushes Maru back all the way. Yeah, I think you're onto something, Tasis. This is not feeling very good for Maru. We see him like up in supply technically right now. A lot of Armani's army did go away there. But right now we have Chitinous Plating in his own 3-3 finishing up. He's making 62 Lings and 4 Ultras.
Yeah.
But this, again, this is like the window for Maru. It still exists where maybe he can get something done. But he needs to get something done. Like, he can't go back, you know?
No, I mean, this is... The thing is, Maru's got a push coming up here. But I just... Dude, Zerg has so much money that, like, you could throw everything at the Terran and probably remake it. All right, here we go. It's going to go one way or the other. Actually, great engaged by Maru. Hold on.
Yeah,
a lot more Banes are coming.
Armani's going to lose the gold base. That's dead. And I think he should let it die. If he runs... This is how Armani could lose the game, is, like, overextending right here and losing his brand new units. Chitinous Plating is not done.
Yeah.
Snipe's coming out. He loses every single Ultra. He loses just about everything
Armani.
there. And the gold base is still going to die. So definitely a mistake there from Armani.
Yeah, nice kiting. I don't think there's quite enough Lings to win this fight. I feel like...
No, I mean...
Dude, this is how you throw, man. Oh, no, I feel so bad for Armani right now.
If he had waited for that set of Lings and Chitinous Plating to finish, I think he clears that army.
Oh, this is if he loses this, it's going to be a haunting loss.
Yeah.
I mean, he played
a very nice game until that one attack downhill there.
Yeah.
Now, Maru has landed a new base.
Dude, I think that this is a throw, man. This is brutal. Oh, man. And look at the supply. It's reversed now. It's actually Armani down. Reinforcements are steadily coming up here. And I think what was maybe...
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah?
That's too bad. He played very, very, very well.
Man.
And then, like, Chitinous Plating, not done. Just waiting on some upgrades, waiting for a few more units. The gold base was always going to die. When Maru was over there, there was no chance to save it. So, like, when you try to save a base that can't be saved, that's, like, one of the worst moves you can make. Sometimes you just have to take damage. Like, your opponent gets a say in how the game's going to go, and Maru was going to kill that gold base. If he waits, if he stalls out on high ground, gets critical mass, and is able to eliminate that army, can Maru hold his own 4th? I don't know, but the game doesn't end right there. So, yeah, that was a bit of a throw from Armani, unfortunately. He played beautifully, though.
That was hard to watch. I mean, even when you're that far ahead, you have to keep the balancing act.
Yeah.
You even when you're that far ahead, if you're against somebody like Maru, you can't overextend.
Yeah. You can't consider him dead until he leaves.
It was actually like he overextended once, and then he kind of kept trying to take the fight. He kept trying to like force it, and that's when the game was ended, man. We're going to go to Berlingrad for Game 2. Good luck, Armani. Right now, Maru with that 1-0 lead.
2022 GSL Season 1. Guangdong Freaks, Armani. Maru.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, no command center first this game.
Yeah, well, I think whatever he thought he was going to get away with, not get away with, I guess. He got away with the command center. What I thought he would benefit from with that didn't seem to put him any further ahead against Armani. Actually, Armani, I think, did a super impressive job of like actually out expanding and keeping really healthy growth. And he played like a really good game, honestly, for like 90% of that. The problem was when the big push came, and look, I actually do want to say I think some of this is maybe nerves for Armani, or you know, because it's not like he didn't understand. Like, oh, what? I can't kill that. It's like, it's this moment where it's like, oh my God, it's real. I'm gonna actually beat Maru. He's got like a whole 8-minute stretch of like, I'm beating him. My counterattack got in there. My links did damage. I took out his fourth. I sent my mutas into Maru's main. I took out his fourth. All you got to do is close out that last final attack, and it seems like that's kind of when he choked. He kind of just tried to A-move through it instead of maybe giving up the gold.
Yeah.
Setting up and hitting the fourth again, and then coming in and surrounding from behind.
Absolutely. And that's the difference that you're going to see between a championship Zerg and a Zerg like Armani. That's, I mean, I guess we can call him still up and coming.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, like, Cyril in that situation, 100% gives up the gold every single time.
Yeah.
And then he'll crush that army when he gets reinforcements and kindness plating.
He'll pull away and, you know, basically sack the base to just kind of ensure that no matter what, he's going to win this final fight. And I think it's something that even a lot of people that play can relate to. These games where you feel like, okay, I've got it won, but I messed up this last attack.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, man, that's probably the most painful loss of all.
StarCraft's brutal like that.
Yeah, when you're like, oh, I've got this. Oh my God, I don't got this.
Yeah, when you know you threw something, it could be it can be painful, and he might be feeling that right now. But the fact he was able to do that against a command center first, I think he should again play Lingbane Muta. He looked very strong with the comp, and see if he can do it again. You know, it's and the thing is, I think Lingbane Muta, in my opinion, that's like, it's got the most play. He's making a Roach Warren, unfortunately, but the thing is, Roach Horn makes it much more mathematical, right? Like, there's a lot less movement you can do with Roaches compared to, like, Muta Lingbane, where Muta Lingbane you can kind of be everywhere and do quick counters, and, you know, there's a lot of flexibility there, whereas when there's a Roach Horn, Maru's like, okay, I know exactly how strong your army is at every moment, and, like, how quickly it can move everywhere. It's a lot easier to track and everything. So
these are just going to run up. Going to go for any drones that he can get. Looks like this really isn't going to do that much. Just 2 drone kills.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even pay for itself.
Oh! Yes!
Gamers!
I love it. That was fantastic because he saw the Roach Horn. So I was about to say, like, it was worth it because he sees the Roach Horn. But now it was reverse worth it because he's going to get Banshees to kill the Roaches that are never coming.
This is cool. Let's see if this actually works on Maru. I mean, we already see the Banshee coming. We see Cloak. Well, Cloak was canceled. He did have Cloak coming, but he's also like, ooh! gamers.
Yeah.
And cancels that.
And, like, I mean, whatever Armani's plan is, he's taking that sharp right turn, and I assume that he is going to go into Ling Bane Muta now. Like, if you're canceling the Roach Warren, you don't have that many choices. It's Ling Bane no matter what, and then it's either Hydra or Muta or directly into Hive. Like, those are... And whatever that is, I still think it's better than Roach Warren, and now he remakes the Roach Warren. All right, I'm just going to shut up now. So I cancel the Roach Warren, remake the Roach Warren. Now Maru scans it, and he cancels it in front of Maru's eyes and then remakes it and then, while the scan is still there.
And then Maru starts cloak and cancels that. We're like, what is going on, guys? What is happening here? Okay, that Banshee's coming in now. Spore at the bottom is about to finish. Again, kind of a funny early game.
Yeah,
Maru's got his third command center landed over here. We've got 8 roaches on the way. 5 barracks at a time are being pumped.
Tasteless, I don't know what to think about this. He's
I
making
don't know
a
either,
drop
man.
overlord.
Yeah.
Like a drop overlord and 8 roaches without speed? Like, is he going to drop roaches? What? I honestly just am not sure what this is. He doesn't have an evolution chamber. He doesn't have a baneling nest. He's making a bunch of lings. Okay, he has 4 queens dropping. Okay. Now, does he know those can't transfuse off creep?
That's the question.
Maybe he brings these overlords and drops creep there.
He could, actually. That's a good point.
That's the new TLO move right there.
Yeah. I'll up TLO that.
All right, lifts that command center. He's not even going to screw around with this at all.
I think bailing on the position is the right idea.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He made all Ravagers. Okay. I mean, I'm digging it. Let's see what it does. Nukes those depots very quickly.
Yeah, that'll supply block Maru. He's going to pull the boys, pull some of the SCVs. Some boys pulled. Not a true boy pull here. Excuse me, guys.
A partial boy pull.
Yeah.
And he does drop creep to get these queens transfusing.
I like the idea, but this, basically has to work, or Zerg's in trouble. And I feel like as the lings disappear, it's pretty much a cakewalk for the Marines to cut through this. And I mean, I don't know what options are available after you do this.
Well, there's no recovery from here, really.
Seems like it. GG. Maru takes it 2-0. Very different games.
I'm sad.
Yeah, I feel bad for
that
Armani.
Didn't feel like that was. I don't even know. Like, I haven't seen that particular all-in. But it didn't
kind of
seem...
felt like it was going to be something that was coming, though. Queens dropping creep.
Yeah?
To unpatch the game.
Unpatch the game. Oh, I like that. That's why Classic was chrono boosting his Stargates. He's like, I'm going to unpatch it. You guys think you can patch it? You can't patch it.
A rough start here for Armani. It's going to be a TVT next. Ryung versus Maru. We knew this could happen. I'm still kind of surprised that Ryung 2-0'd Zest. So it's going to be Zest, Armani, and the losers.
Hey.
That's going to be another tough one here for Armani,
Yeah, but he could take that. That's possible.
We'll see, guys. We've got that break up next. The TVT to decide who gets that 3rd spot in the round of 10 of the GSL. We'll be back.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리. 힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리.
IM 때문에 연습을 하고 있었는데 갑자기 안 가게 되면서 그냥 같이 산 친구랑 뭐 이리저리 놀면서 그냥 있었던 것 같아요.
연습 말고는 그냥 여러 가지 하거든요.
IM에서 기대가 좀 컸었는데 제가 생각했던 것보다 너무 일찍 떨어져가지고 실망감이 너무 커서 게임을 10일 정도 아예 안 해가지고
뭐 한국 사람도 아니고 폴란드 사람도 아니고 지금 너무 피곤한 상태로 지내다가 게임이 생각보다 잘 풀려가지고 나름 만족하면서 지내고 있습니다.
솔직히 저우가 우승할 거라고 생각해가지고 딱히 충격받지는 않고 더 잘할 수 있었는데 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
저는 이제 외국인 선수들이 한국 선수들에 비해 나이가 어리기 때문에 뭐 어떻게 보면 당연한 결과라고 생각해요.
지금 제일 큰 대회고 오프라인 해외 대회 나가고 싶었는데 좀 많이 속상했던 것 같아요.
근데 막상 일주일 전에 갈래라고 물어보니까 사실 실력에 대한 자신감이 없어서 별로 안 가고 싶었는데 내가 안 간다는 얘기를 하면 조성주 선수가 물음표를 날릴 것 같더라고요. 가기로 마음을 먹었죠.
그 전부터 오픈컵 열심히 하면 무조건 갈 수 있다. 오픈컵 좀 해라 했는데 안 하더라고요. 근데 어차피 나가도 떨어지길래 안 되는구나 했는데 갈 수 있었는데 안 갔으면 난리 났다.
동원 형이 잘하고 와가지고 내심 기대는 하고 있었는데 액수는 말할 수 없지만 어느 정도 금액을 저한테 보내줬어요. 너무 감동이었고 너무 고마웠습니다. 제가 올해는 오프라인 무대에서 승리를 할 수 있을지 궁금합니다. 딱 한 번만 하도록. 별로 좋지 않은 거네요. 딱 한 번? 올해 크리스마스도 지금 여자친구랑 같이 보낼 수 있을지. 웃어 넘겨라.
GSL 3회 우승을 꼭 하고 은퇴하고 싶은데 가능할까요? 소신을 가져라라고 되는 제 자신을 믿고 할 수 있다고 생각하면 할 수 있지 않을까라고 생각해요. 제가 군대에 갔다 와서 스타투판이 계속 유지될 수 있을까요? 기다려라라고 나왔는데 긍정적으로 받아들여지는 것 같아요, 멘트 자체는. 네, 그래가지고 기다려보겠습니다.
올해 큰 대회 우승하고 싶은데 가능할까요? 당장 해라는지. 깜짝 놀랐네. 기분 나름 좋은데요.
올해는 돈을 많이 벌 수 있을까요? 확실해 보인다. 이미 지금 상금으로 잘 하고 있기 때문에 형님에 대한 리스펙이 많이 생길까 궁금합니다. 숲속에서는 숲을 보지 못한다. 이거는 아마도 내가 없어 봐야 안다 하니까 오늘부터 연락을 끊도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. Zest, Ryung, Armani. Maru. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live 2022 GSL Season 1 Code S.
Thank you for waiting, everybody. We're back. Ryung versus Maru's up next. This should be a fun one, man. I think Maru still takes it, but Ryung's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, he's always been good TVT, so I'm excited to see what this is going to look like. But yeah, I mean, excuse me, you should always be favoring Maru, basically. It's just like a good rule of thumb. But you know what? I think Ryung, he looks to be in good shape. They hang out a lot. They talk a lot. So there should be some mind games going down here.
Yeah, these guys have buddied up lately. So, like, you would have to imagine that Ryung has a very good idea of how Maru tends to approach TVT. I mean, I would be interested in how much Maru picks Ryung's brain versus the other way around. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of how these guys hang out, but I think you're right, Artosis.
It's 60-40 Texas.
I think you're right with it. Like, you know, there's going to be a lot of mind games going on here. But again, Ryung looking very strong. He just beat Zest. You can beat Zest. You can beat a lot of other good players. Again, guys, the winner of this best of 3 is going to be the first player in Group B to escape to the round of 10. Likely to be Maru, but maybe Ryung will surprise us once more.
Yeah, I like these vetoes, by the way. I think the Blackburn veto from Maru, I wonder if that is trying to... what I'm trying to figure out here is Ryung going to go to mech at all? He always was a good mech player in this matchup. Not completely reliant upon it, but a good player in that regard. And seeing a Blackburn veto from Maru might point towards the fact that, you know, that feels to me like it would be a good map for mech TVT.
You might be right. Let's see what happens, man. Curious Minds for map 1. Let's go.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team GP, Ryung. Maru.
Varaxes, same time I was on the gas. Do you think it'll be a 2-0 clean, or?
I think it could be. I mean, I think Ryung is probably going to look pretty strong in this. I think he looked actually really good, really impressive against Zest. The issue is not so much, I think, you know, how good or bad Ryung is. I think it's just that Maru is so good.
Yeah.
He's so dominant.
Yeah.
TVT's never really been a matchup he's struggled in. Even we had players like TY, you know, or Innovation fighting him. It's like Maru looks very good in the matchup. You know, he seems to understand it very deeply.
Yeah.
In Ryung, I mean, I'm still kind of forming my opinions on him here in 2022. He looks good, but I want to see some more games out of him.
Yeah. Well, Maru is just like so overpowering with Terran.
Yeah.
It does become difficult, and even if you're like a really smart, great player like Ryung. It's going to be like, how do you outsmart someone who's going to be better at everything than you?
Well, yeah, and also, you know, TVT is, I think, a really good mirror matchup.
It is.
Like an RTS. I think StarCraft 2 TVT, I think better than StarCraft 1 TVT
It's
for
probably
sure.
the best
Better than all the mirror
between,
matchups.
Between both StarCrafts.
I think so.
StarCraft 2 TVT might be the best mirror.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
I've always felt that way.
Yeah.
StarCraft 2 probably the best mirror, and any RTS for that matter.
All the mirrors in StarCraft 2 are really good.
Yeah.
Especially CEST. Nah, but TVT really, it's fantastic. I think.
Yeah, it's turned out to be a really interesting matchup. I think it took everybody a while to kind of figure it out.
Sure.
You know, it does play differently than StarCraft 1, but I don't know. I feel like, you know, really the better player tends to come out on top in TVT, and I think an active player gets rewarded more than a passive player. So I don't know. Maybe the most interesting part of this game overall is going to be the early game here. And, you know, is there any kind of moves of one player trying to cheat or move ahead or do anything surprising early on. Because TVT can end pretty quickly like that. You have some surprise plays. I mean, you can get quite the different combination of units just on 2 bases.
Yeah. And it's always kind of fun to see where they go unit-wise with this, right? Like, you have all sorts of different standards where it's like, oh yeah, the Hellion Reaper, obviously that's going to be the opener, but where do you go after that? We have, right now, Maru making a Cyclone, whereas an add-on here for Ryung. Right now.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see if there's any, you know, surprise techs coming in here.
Much further back position there for Ryung. See how Maru stands exactly the ramp and Ryung just kind of pulls back.
Yeah, it is interesting. Medevac almost out now for Maru. And it's going to be a Raven coming up here now for Ryung. And with the Medevac out, this is what I was wondering. Is there going to be some kind of a push out here? Keep in mind, you can, you know, not just heal with the Medevac, you can juggle, which is how a lot of fights are oftentimes won on low, you know, economies fighting each other. There is a Widow Mine just right up in the middle of the ramp, which may even surprise him trying to come up there. We'll see. Wow, immediately shut down there.
Yeah.
Literally shot them off the side of the cliff.
Yeah, that was brutal. And with that mine sitting in the front, feeling pretty safe, Ryung. Just kind of zoning everything out. Oh, this is super cute.
Yeah, just try to get that depot. And there you go. The juggling comes in, gets the depot. Goodbye.
Takes like no damage there.
Yeah, a little tit for tat there.
Yeah, that was totes adorbs.
Totes adorbs. Okay, so you know, nothing too dramatic has really happened here. We've had a few swipes at each other. He's going to come in again. Now, there's a tank over here in the main, so there's no way he can basically put anything down onto that plateau in the main and make it last for too long.
Tried to hit that scan there to keep the Lock-On alive, but couldn't quite get it in time there. It does get interrupted. The command center still being made. So some good intel from Maru, right? Like, he's being very, very active here. He hasn't really lost anything. Just poking the edges. Immediately taking out this Hellion. Is Maru actually going to find more damage? No, he's just going to unload here.
So it looks like Maru's not done trying to be aggressive here. This is what I was wondering. Like, are more tanks going to come in now? Is he going to try to put the pressure on further? You got to be careful for both sides here in moments like this, because every unit's super important. You drop a unit here or there, and you may not have the, you know, complexity to your army to kind of do what you need to do.
Ryung, by the way, hasn't committed to how he... Yeah, he hadn't committed till just this second. He's going mech.
Oh, you're right.
So
yeah, 2 factories being made here.
Yeah. I'm excited to see that, and I'm happy to see that, because it feels like impossible to outplay Maru in Biotank versus Biotank.
Yeah, try an alternative comp.
Yeah, and Ryung has always been a good mech player in TVT, like we were talking about before, so really cool to see that.
It's important to remember that, you know, Ryung was mentored in TVT very early on by some amazing StarCraft 1 pros like Slayer's Boxer right at the start of StarCraft 2. And mech is the only way to play Brood War TVT. So it would make sense he still might have some of the strongest TVT here now. As far as mech goes, I mean.
Oh, it's a nice siege line here. The double Raven versus double Raven standoff, but with the Vikings being added in here for Ryung, we should be able to gain air dominance and eventually push through here. But Maru slowed him a lot and has his own third down and mining. This is very, very annoying to get out of. Ooh, nice. I like these. I like these Reapers going out the side.
Yeah, he could definitely get some extra damage out. I mean, they have no usage the further this game goes, so you might as well try to get something off here. They're going to loop around, and they're going to be able to hit the third base here. Keep in mind, Maru is up a base. There hasn't been much fighting, but this entire time, Ryung has been contained, so this is a great opportunity for Ryung to try to come in here and get some kills, do some damage. maybe take control of this game once more.
Even just shutting down for a little bit.
Here we go. Ooh, big disables on the tanks.
Yes, indeed. Comes out, brings some SCVs for tanking as well. Maru's still standing and fighting reasonably well, but it looks like his tanks will get cleared out. Wow, the Reapers are still over here. Like, I mean, they don't kill as many as the SCVs he had to spend to break out, but this was all very good from Ryung, I think. Okay, he's killed 4 tanks, lost 1. And now coming across the map, this is a scary army. How many tanks does Maru have?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have enough. Is Ryung just going to, like, waltz right through this group? This is kind of crazy. By the way, your games have been surprisingly close here with Maru as well. I mean, let's not forget Armani's game with Game 1 where, I got to say, I'm a bit shocked at how close that was, although Maru did win at the very end. This looks like it's going to be very, very tough to sandbag as far as progress goes with the mech push. Now, there is a small infantry group stimmable and ready to try to take a fight, but I think there's enough Ravens. You just shut down all the tanks and keep pushing.
You might not have energy right this second.
Oh, does he not? I thought he had one on one of the Ravens. Maybe not.
He actually loses his command center as third base. So Maru's counterattack doing some big work as well. A stim forward here against 2 tanks sieging in a bad position. A disable on one of them. Oh my god. Maru just makes magic happen, seriously.
Well, yeah, the problem is that there's only tanks right now, and really if you just have a small number of infantry, that's better than a small number of tanks. I think Maru actually won this.
I think so. He's killed like every single SCVs in that main base. There's still a small chance here for Ryung. Like, tanks can be very efficient against everything.
The thing is, if you just stay away, keep in mind this army can actually pick up in medevacs. I mean, the army that's inside of Ryung's main.
Yeah, that's very true.
Can pick up and come back here and fight. You know, so like...
He might kill every building.
Yeah, he could.
One's flying away. Okay, so... I mean, I think you have to push on that tank very quickly.
I think you need to go try to end this right away because time is on Maru's side. He's got barracks still.
But there's so much up here for Maru. I think if he just takes everything and kind of spreads it and goes, he should be able to break these last tanks.
Well, let's remember there was an auto turret thrown down earlier on when he broke into the natural, so he doesn't have a disable ready on these tanks yet.
Yeah.
And maybe,
okay, there you go. He just got the energy for that disable. Moving forward now, and here come the SCVs and Marines. This is exactly what Maru needs to do to try to break through. Auto turret comes down.
Honestly,
he's being pretty darn efficient.
It's still not killed about 5 or 6 of the tanks, but the problem is that now he goes back and waits. He can inch forward with another tank.
Yeah.
There are no more Ravens? Were they just killed off in that fight?
Yeah.
So he keeps scanning here. If he's going to be in range, he can do it. And there's enough command centers here, he can actually keep dropping mules. So I think we're almost done with this game.
Yeah.
Everything is super low, hit points, mana on the medevacs. I mean, it's actually a pretty crazy ending to our first game here. It really looked like Ryung might take it, but yeah, there was just the exact right amount of infantry to swing every fight and basically do the more important damage sooner.
Whoa. Trying to break through right now, pulls back these Ravens, but Maru's going to come in with a flank as well.
That's it.
And it seems like he's just gonna break Ryung.
GG.
Wow, what a game though. It was really, really close. Ryung very close to winning there. Like if he had been a little bit more careful with his units, like he brought 2 tanks, they were like rallied down and they kind of walked on the ramp. He sieged them on the ramp and Maru sniped one, disabled the other, you know, and the DPS of his bio was just way too high for Ryung to really fight back with units popping out of factories one at a time. So, I mean, it was definitely clutch by Maru to take that down.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done. I think, honestly, even though Ryung lost that, and it's so important to try to win that first game, especially against Maru, it was like a really close one. And I feel like that's a loss that you leave the game with in a lot of confidence. You could not have made that closer and lost. And so I think you brush it off to what you were asking about earlier, Artosis. Turns out he will go mech here, even against Maru. Let's see what happens as we go to map 2 on hardware. Right. Hardwire.
Hardwire even.
Played on this gaming hardware. All right, that's what I meant to say. Let's go, game 2.
2022 GSL Season 1. Team GP, Ryung. Maru.
I'm hoping to see Mech again from Ryung. I think he played it quite well. And again, you know, I think that when you're playing against someone like Maru, you don't want to go for the same thing he's going for.
Yeah. Ooh, nice shot here from production.
That is cool. We've never seen that shot before.
You know, it's funny because I think Ryung actually could have won that had he just like made some very, very small adjustments. Like just had a little bit more back at home, maybe just like a bunker or something, you know, to buy a little bit more time. When all the SCVs came into the natural, like we knew that Maru was going to win that fight, but the question was with how much left over. And, you know, I think if he had just a little bit of extra stuff to try to deal damage, maybe it's a different game. I mean, Ryung basically had what looked to be a pretty impressive lead. He broke out of the contain, had pushed into the third base, and then pushed into the natural. But that counterattack was just so strong.
Yeah. I mean, you got down that third base immediately, and then
maybe keep one or two more tanks back at home. Another, you know, volley from the tanks. Maybe splashes enough of those Marines that the math gets a little bit different, a little bit fuzzier.
Even quicker reset on rally points, right? Or your tanks siege out of where Maru can see them, so he doesn't instantly snipe one and disable the other, right? You get and that gives you the extra. That gives you 2 more shots than you would have gotten at least, and then maybe even more than that. And you know, yeah, it can definitely change the math on everything. So, like you said, I mean, you can't really get much closer than that.
So we've got on both sides so far mirrored behavior. We do have the tech lab coming here onto the factory here for Maru. Ryung hasn't gone for that just yet. Getting that first Hellion out first. But I think it's likely, like you were saying, Artosis, we're going to see Mech again here from Ryung.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, but you know, I know that he can play bio. You know, Marine tank. It is within his capability. A couple of Reapers going to jump up. And of course, plenty here to chase them back. In fact, a bit of a punish, I think. Oh, just barely won't get this one, but kill a Reaper, lose an SCV.
Looks like that one does get away.
Cyclone is out, so that'll guard him against any incoming attacks right now. There's Sea-Chank on the way. Ryung now going for his own Cyclone. I like the mine.
Yeah, I like the little early game setups. These guys are super close. So, you know, when you know somebody's playstyle in and out, it does make for some pretty interesting plays, right? It becomes not just a game of StarCraft, but a little bit of a game of poker.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, you're trying to bluff with what you've got or fake them out, or you're doing your best to try to get a read on what the other player is doing or send out some kind of false signal to make them play in a way that you want.
Yeah, the more two players know about each other, the more those mind games are going to matter, I think. And obviously these guys know a hell of a lot about each other. Both sides getting their Ravens out. Maru, I believe, I mean, I would be pretty surprised if he went mech. And the thing is, Maru is actually quite good at mech in this matchup. But he's just, you know, so good with Biotank.
That's the thing, man. Now,
well, that being said, I guess he did get behind against Ryung, though, when he went tank bio, right? Like, he went tank Marine, he even had a contain up, and he definitely could have lost that.
It was interesting to see Maru go for that contain and see in the distance the Ravens being amassed. Like, they weren't hidden. And then, yeah, just like you would expect, Maru's tanks were disabled, and Ryung just came down there and smashed that position and started what looked like a Ryung victory until Maru, you know, managed to wizard his way out of that with, you know, stuff that only Maru can do.
Their third CC's finishing up. A couple eBays on the way for Maru. Ryung not committing to his tech as of yet. Oh, barracks, okay. So it's a little bit later on the barracks and eBays and all that, but he's been focusing pretty heavily on consistently producing Vikings, so he will have a little bit of air control here, which is always nice.
And sometimes that's how you can actually manage to really take a game. You know, once you get that air control, then you can start to decide, all right, when do I see what their position is? I know when I want to try to attack in. Or I can see the tank. Of course, they can shoot further than they can see themselves. So having that spotting from air is always going to be good. Coming into this, we've got Maru now with a third base. Although Ryung's is going to be a couple seconds behind that. And, you know, nobody's really trying to take an assertive position here. It's been pretty passive overall, which is neither good nor bad. I think in some sense it's both sides showing a lot of respect. We saw how quickly things began to, you know, take a certain direction after it was Maru trying to set up that contain. And, you know, Maru won that last game with a crazy counterattack, but that's not really how you want to win your games. Like, it's cool when it happens, and it's a great story, but you want to try to win in a cleaner fashion. So I really think this is Maru making a pretty big and necessary adjustment.
Yeah, can't argue with that. It's great to pick up a victory in any way in a tournament, but it's definitely not what you want to rely upon.
Yeah. You don't just skate by with, you know, movie storyline wins every time, you know.
Yeah. Well, this is where it's going to get interesting as to how each player moves around and with what, right? Because there's different types of Terran versus Terran players.
Yep.
Some players like to take their entire army and kind of roam the map and look for positions. And then some players like to take a slightly more defensive stance and send out a couple medevacs full of units. And that's what we see Maru doing right now, right? He's got more of a defensive stance, and he's trying to go around the side. Now, the Cyclone kind of catches him and deals a lot of damage there. So that was a nice catch from Ryung. But even more important, I think, is just seeing what Maru's mindset is right now.
Yeah.
Right? Because that... Honestly, I think that this is the best way to play Terran versus Terran. This is something that TY kind of was doing before everyone else, where it's like, okay, the more defensive stance, make sure that you're not going to be busted, have units out on the map so that you have some activity and you have punish potential against someone that's moving around with too much of their army.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I totally agree. And so the build-up on both sides continues. Nobody going for any kind of contain still. Nobody even setting up for any kind of counterattack with a medevac either. So, you know, a very slow game. A lot of TVT is about positioning more so than the other matchups. So it's interesting to see nobody really take any position other than, you know, a default one of sitting at the bases that they have. Although we do now see Ryung moving up here on the western side of the map with a small set of forces.
I feel like we do see Maru outdoing Ryung just slightly right now.
Yeah.
Notice that he has +1 vehicle weapons on the way, and he has 2 command centers instead of 1 command center being made. In fact, he's starting to throw up a couple starports as well, so you can kind of see that macro pulling ahead a little bit, where he's realizing what exactly he can buy, what he can afford right now to get into a better position longer this goes on.
Okay, so it looks like he's going to get 1 tank, and I mean, that wasn't a great attack from Maru. He kind of bled off a couple Marines and didn't get much done. You can see Ryung combing the bottom right. He's hoping for one of those, you know, those big-ass Maru drops where it's like 5 medevacs and he's just going to catch it.
Oh, yeah.
And suddenly there's going to be, you know, like a 60 supply drop-off as he kills that. But there's nothing down there. And, you know, honestly, a really quiet TVT from Maru so far. He's really just sort of playing it safe.
Both sides are adding on more starports, so we're going to see an increase in Ravens and Vikings. We might even eventually end up seeing battlecruisers here, because that can be a big part of endgame TVT. You know, once those air armies get big enough, battlecruisers can become really powerful. And reactor for Maru.
Yeah, it looks like Ryung's going to try to push out here. And it's not going to be easy to get up these 2 ramps over here. But there's not a lot to push into yet. I mean, Maru's been very patient.
Maru's just playing beautifully here. Like, look at how Ryung is actually up a little bit in supply, but Maru consistently has more upgrades and more command centers on the way, because you, like, what, your opponent has 15 more Marines than you or whatever? It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter at all.
I'm glad that you pointed it out, because it's a really important feature of somebody who really understands the late game and the end game is like, yeah, workers don't matter right now. We want more command centers. We want to be able to drop mules later on here. And even little plays like this, he's trying to do damage. He doesn't care if some of these Marines are bled off. He's not going to get that much more value just sitting on these Marines. They don't do more, you know, sitting at your base, not attacking. So he's looking for an opening, whether that be like, okay, right here, like, let's kill the gas. Boom. A little bit less gas for you, Ryung.
And keep your opponent a little bit more busy. Like, go clean that up now, Ryung.
I literally read Corvid Reactor on screen as COVID Reactor. I'm like, well, this patch has changed the game, okay?
More command centers here for Maru, more starports as well. Yeah, like, Ryung is playing very well, but then you look at the way that Maru is doing this, and there's been like so little action between the two, but everything for Maru is just getting a little bit ahead here, a little bit ahead there. Now, that's not to say that Ryung can't win. If he gets like one good engagement, a lot of what Maru has gotten edges in can be equalized.
Sure, yeah. And both of them have the same idea now with these little groups of Marines, like, just try to see what you can get done with this.
Yeah. Well, the Marines, like you said, they're not really doing you anything in your base, and you're trying to get these better, more high-quality units. You have all these starports now. You have all these upgrades going. Like, yeah, 3-3 Marines are great until they run into a siege tank line. And, of course, you want a huge Viking count, a huge Raven count.
Right.
And we see that really happening right now.
So it seems like Ryung's going to try to push in here. And this is going to be the first real full-on engagement. He disables 2 tanks in the back. The rest of the tanks are going to siege up. I feel like this is a little bit too much of a congested area to try to run the Marines through. You might even need to wait for the rest of this stuff to get destroyed over here if he's even going to come try to fight that. Yeah. Am I mistaken? Who has more Vikings here?
The Viking count goes to Maru heavily.
You're right, yeah.
But, like, it's still hard to push in there and do anything. Like, look, even those 4 Marines on the floor there, like, there's only 4 Marines for Ryung, but 4 Marines will add enough DPS that it's going to screw up everything if he actually tries to dive on the Vikings that are further behind. You throw down 1 armor shred and the Marines, like, pop everything in 2 seconds.
It seems to me like we're starting to see Ryung take a better and better position here. I do like the disables on the tanks, but, I mean, Maru doesn't have that CC there. And let's remember last game, guys. I mean, it really was a game where it just kind of seemed like Maru was about to lose until he, you know, pulled a rabbit out of his hat. This is a slower, much more cautious game from Ryung, and I think positionally he's starting to be better off. I mean, he's got this foothold here that's very nice. I don't think that Maru is going to, you know, lose in this position or anything, but I just think that Ryung kind of looks like a little bit ahead, maybe a little bit more in control of this game for now. Maru still needs to send some workers back over to that command center and resume mining from there. It's almost depleted, but especially in a matchup where the map may be cut in half, depleting every resource patch you can is extremely important.
Well, here we go. This is the battle. But Maru actually just has more in the air right now. Some disables on those tanks, so his ground force actually will end up doing a pretty darn good job here. Looks like we're going to have a few landed Vikings in the center, but already Ryung has landed his own, so we'll kill those off as well. So, I mean, Ryung is making good moves, but Maru here with a little bit of a counterattack, going to force a cancel on that command center.
It is a weird thing when we start to see the Sky Terran play make, you know, a more important role as the game goes on, a little bit further on here, you know. But yeah, I mean, at this moment, once again, this is a spot he can't really control. Now, the Vikings here for Ryung are forced onto the ground. If they lift back off, they're going to be punished immediately by the Vikings that are already airborne here from Maru.
Seems like, you know, Ryung's attack here has been doing a good job, but it's not lasting. Like, it is getting grinded down a little bit. A Liberator on the way here for Maru. Yes, exactly. I mean, you have air control like this, you can definitely pop out a Liberator and start utilizing it. That forces your opponent's Vikings forward too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're leveraging that, you know, that position where you have all these forces by air. So I mean, Maru comes out on top after that fight is done. I don't know really how much Maru lost in the grand scheme of things, not having a base there for a little bit. But Maru's going to make a move of his own now, and it looks like he's going to skate down maybe the middle of the map here. He needs to look for a fight somewhere.
Yeah, a little Bioforce here from Ryung going up the side. Planetary's going to finish up.
Yeah.
This building is not this time.
This building is pretty good, man. You could try to micro against it. The observer's going to find out if 2 Marines can beat this Planetary. Look at that little SCV
that
back
SCV
there being
really
repaired.
saved everything, man.
Yeah.
That Ryung with another little force going forward. Some more disables. The armor shred is pretty insane there. Looks like he's looking for his own. There you go. Beautiful one.
Ryung trying to pull a Maru here in the end game. Those Marines in the main. And Maru's continuing to push. We're going to see when these Marines can actually be, you know, sorted. Again, with the air superiority, it's just very hard for Ryung to kind of get close and try to engage that army of Marus.
Looks like this little force is finally going to get cleaned up.
The question is, does that starport get repaired? Here we go, another big attack. Huge disables here. Almost every tank is disabled. I don't know about some of the ones underneath the Vikings, but this is a wild moment here. Yeah. How many tanks are actually sieged? Not that many, so the spell wears off, or the ability wears off, whatever you want to call it. Now, Ryung does win the ground fight, but the air fight is once again won here by Maru. And kind of a crazy moment back there.
Yeah, Ryung is in a tough space. I don't think that there's any way for him to ever have air control at this point. And in fact, I don't think he's making Vikings anymore, which is probably correct. I think if he switches it up real quick in a Marine tank and runs around the map, he has potential to do something. There's only a couple tanks left for Maru. So, even, I mean, if you have air control, it doesn't mean much if you don't have the tanks to utilize with it.
Yeah, it's very true. It's kind of a funny little problem that is actually what makes StarCraft endgame and mirror matchups really interesting. Is like, okay, you only got 200 supply of what you could fill it up with. You need some of that to be workers, regardless of the matchup. But then, you know, there's certain units, some are better than others, right? So it's sort of this balancing act, and sometimes this like counter to counter to counter to counter play of like you're trying to rotate in which unit you actually need in which moment. And that's what we're seeing basically here between Maru and Ryung, and it's really technical. Hold on a second, Stim's gonna come in here. I think there's enough infantry. Yeah, there's enough infantry there for Ryung that Maru has to respect and pull away.
And look at those Vikings that are armor shredded flying away. Like, the Marines will absolutely destroy that. Gosh, Ryung being a little bit slow here, but he's bringing up his tanks. Okay, he actually disables those tanks. Here you go, Ryung getting that damage done. Very impressive stuff. He's going to get this command center as well.
It's kind of weird to see this fight happen over and over again in this location that at this point in time is not really that important. I mean, there's almost no minerals left here, but...
Yeah, at this point, it's drying up pretty well.
I mean, every part of the map is important in TVT, you know, but looks like Maru's going to once again come down here. And he should have mustered larger forces, but it seems like especially in size and also angling, initially the infantry just wasn't in a very good spot. Is Ryung going to be able to chew his way through this?
He's doing
perhaps not.
Pretty darn nice job, though, I think. Like, he's eliminating these little ground forces of Maru. Maru doesn't have that much. He is starting to add in battle cruisers.
Dude, every base on the map is taken.
Yeah.
Except for that one that was killed off. But I mean, you get what I'm saying.
A lot of tanks being sieged up right now. Picking off a lot of these command centers as well. The BCs are out. The BCs are going to do a fantastic job here. I believe he has full upgrades on them as well.
And, you know, one thing about having the tank advantage is it has its moments, but we're seeing one of the reasons why you can't just win with tanks. And the BCs, especially because they can moving shoot, I mean, they're dominating over here. The Braids can't really do anything. In fact, I think he needs to actually just unsiege everything and leave like he is now.
There's no way these damaged Marines have any shot against such fully upgraded battle cruisers. Yeah, Maru even has 3 armor on them, so they, like... Well, I mean, you armor shred them, it definitely helps, but they do jump out of there. It'd be very hard to fight against that, and...
What a crazy game, dude. Look at the minerals and gas. They're both spending hard. Nobody's got anything banked up at all, which means it's just been fight after fight after fight. We're like, what, 20, almost 22 minutes into this game.
It's an awesome game, and the first game was awesome. I could watch these two TBT all day.
Yeah, this is...
I know that they're like best friends now, but do they have room for a third best friend that just watches?
I mean, this is wild. I think that this may come down to the base at 3 o'clock and the base at 9 o'clock. Because it doesn't seem like anybody is clearly strong enough to actually push all the way across and take out the top bases or take out the bottom. And so, especially in a matchup like this, it's going to be pretty interesting. Basically, the bases closer to the middle are the ones that you need to take and you need to hold if you're going to win this. And it may come down to just one base. It may come down to like, Ryung can hold the left barely, and Maru can never get a CC landed on the right, nor can Ryung, and therefore Maru loses.
Well, I think right now, what this is feeling like to me is that Maru's siege chain count is going back up, where it's a much closer number. That plus BC plus air control, I don't see how you're supposed to win the game as Ryung. Like, Ryung has made so many good moves, and it still looks pretty close, but I think Maru is starting to take the advantage with these BCs. And there's no clean way to deal with it as the siege tank count increases here for Maru.
Yeah.
He's going to have his Yamatos up and everything, so you're just going to start losing tanks or whatever it is that he wants to kill. Some disables going on, that's nice. Battle cruisers flying back now.
Yeah, and I think he might be able to just get this entire army right over here.
Disables a couple of those, does chase him out. That was
a bit of a weird recall from the battle cruisers, a teleport or whatever you want to call it.
But I think he's got enough to clear this all now. Yeah.
All right, he does it. Wow. GG. That was quite the game, man.
That was a really cool series. Very well played. Ryung is not that far off Maru's skill in TBT, which is impressive.
Ryung, I mean, let's not forget, Ryung's not eliminated. Ryung beat Zest 2-0 to get to this point in time, which is crazy. They're clearly very evenly matched. I mean, that was a really fun deep dive into late game TVT and the tech rotation you need to have. And two very different TVTs as well. I mean, one that came down to like the last couple seconds, we finally knew who was actually going to take it. And then one where every single base on the map was occupied, or at least under occupation for a little bit, being mined out. And ultimately it was battle cruisers that, managed to snowball the fight. Yeah, man, props to Maru. He wins, but I mean, Ryung also showing so much promise.
He might still get out of the group, man. Seriously, the way he's playing today, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, guys, we have an interview now with our winner. It's going to be translated by Maddox. We're going to be going to that right now.
첫 번째 10강 진출자 조성주 선수 바로 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
네, 먼저 10강 진출 축하드리겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 질문 드리면요.
Now the first question is,
역시 후반 가면 안 진다 이런 강한
well,
모습 보여주셨는데요.
you already been known to be great at macro games like late games, but have you ever feel have you ever done anything difficult for the late game?
어떤 점을
I mean,
느끼고 오신
it wasn't really
거였어요?
smooth, but I think I managed it. And what did you think it was that great?
큐리어스 마인즈 질문도 드리겠습니다. 정말
Let's talk about Curious Minds
엘리전
now.
싸움 끝에 한 끗 차로 승리를
It was a bit of a
거뒀는데요.
rough neck,
내가
and you
김동원보다
have
뛰어났던 점
actually
뭐라고
made out of a
생각하시나요?
base trade, and you actually won that game. What went wrong that there?
좀 유리하다고 생각해가지고 유리한 거 좀 잘 굴린 것 같은데.
I think I was ahead in the early game, but I think I just was ahead of the build.
영상 인터뷰를 통해서
And Ryung actually mentioned you in the early interview, that and he wanted you to respect him. And well, do you feel to respect him? I mean, I always respect him, and I always feel for him, and I always feel Ryung to be better, to be much better. That's what I think. And this is the you finally made a revenge on your loss in 2017 after 5 years. And what do you think about that? I mean, after that loss, I mean, everyone told him about that loss in GSL, and they mentioned about it a lot. But I mean, I wanted to revenge, but after I did finally make a revenge, it was didn't feel much.
조성주 선수가 굉장히 싫어하는 그 맵 두 개 중에 하나잖아요.
And let's talk about the versus Armani. And you actually didn't ban the Pride of Altares, which is one of your maps that you really hated. And why did you do that? I mean, I really had a confidence to win against Armani, so I didn't really ban the Pride of Altares, but I actually almost lost that game. So what's the reason that you win? What's the reason of your win that game? I think Armani did better, but I think Armani has Armani just lost the grip on the last minute.
자, 경기 외적인 질문
And
드려보겠습니다.
the ultra risk actually is really strong when I'm behind, but seems like I pulled it out really good.
메카닉으로 잡으셨던 거였잖아요. 정말 압도적인 승리였는데.
And now let's talk about Cyril.
메카닉을 그때 좀
You have won the game against Cyril by doing mech builds. And do you actually think you should have just won the mech build? I think I should have done mech earlier because I was a little bit confident I would win versus Cyril by doing bio, but yeah, I should have done mech. I mean, after the loss, I kept thinking about it. I mean, you know.
요즘 밸런스 논쟁이 정말 뜨거운데요. 저그 선수들의 패치 별 영향이 없는
Now
것
let's
같다. 이런
talk about
발언에
the
대해서
balance
어떻게
patch
생각하세요?
here. And now the Zerg players always seems to be whining there. The Zerg is not really good.
이번 시즌
What do you think?
맵이 싫어하시는 맵이 그대로 가는데 그런 좀 절망적인 입장이시겠네요?
솔직히 만나기 싫거든요.
It was really not good. I don't really understand why they do that. And let's talk about maps. And they actually left the Altares and
새로운 팀이나 뭐 소식 없을까요?
Glittering Ashes. And what do you think? Well, I would hope that I will meet not many much Zerg in the way.
좋은 소식이 들릴 것 같다. 저희도
And
기대를
let's
하고 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
talk about your new
다시
team.
한번
You have
10년
lots
진출
out of the
축하드립니다.
new team, and you're now going to the new one.
자, 이렇게
do you have
오늘의
any
첫 번째
news about
10강
that?
진출자
Well,
조성주 선수
we'll
만나
see.
자세한 이야기 들어봤는데요. 계속해서 GSL 이벤트 안내해드리겠습니다. 자, 10강
Thank you,
진출자
Maddox.
맞추기 이벤트 아프리카 TV.
We are. What is there? Event going on here? What is that?
Yeah, it's a Korean event. It's not for you guys.
It's not for
if
you.
If it was, you wouldn't be watching.
Cover your
us,
eyes.
Okay.
Look, I really like that TVT. That was a lot of fun to see. Ryung's got a lot of promise, man. He looks
Ryung,
really, really good.
Yeah, he looks so good today. The types of feelings I'm having about him, I feel like I'm cheating on Bunny.
Guys, short break. We'll be right back with the losers match. Do not go away.
Take it off, get over here, and I'm watching. watch it follow you. Watch it follow you. And now you hold your God, all you got from me. And we gon' take it far from here. Fuck on feelings, it's dead and vain. Baby, come right around. Tell me what you want, what you need. I know this ain't hard for you to find out when you're with me. Baby, come right around. Tell me what you want, what you need. I know this ain't hard for you to find out when you're with me. I can tell that it's true, that you wanted to. I think it was me all over. Never felt this pain when I'm sober. Let the feelings kicking in closer. Come right around and bend over. Been waiting too long to get closer. All this a non-disclosure for ya. Fuck on feelings, way too much pain. Baby, come right around. Tell me what you want, what you need. I know this ain't hard for you to find out when you're with me. Baby, come right around. Tell me what you want, what you need. I know this ain't hard for you to find out when you're with me. Way too much pain. Way too long now. Baby, come right around. Tell me what you want, what you need. I know this ain't hard.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리.
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
아침은 라떼, 홀리 점심은 라떼, 홀리 저녁엔 라떼, 홀리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리.
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀리.
Today's matchup. Zest, Ryung, Armani, Maru. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. GSL Season 1, Code S.
Welcome back, everybody. We're ready for the losers match. This is going to be Armani versus Zest. Now, I think I'm as surprised as everybody else that Zest is in the losers match right now. I'm going to be way more surprised if he actually gets knocked out here. No disrespect to Armani. In fact, I think Armani looked pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But I think even here, Zest should win. But, you know, I think Armani, honestly, looking a little bit more shaken today than the other days we've had of him in the studio. I mean, he basically had Maru dead to rights. I think Armani was literally on 7 bases to Maru's 3 and then lost the game.
Yeah.
And then I think from there, he had kind of a weird timing attack that didn't work out. I don't want to, you know, do too much of a deep dive into that because sometimes timing attacks just don't work out.
Yeah.
But if he can get his head back on and kind of get the shakes out of his system and zone in on what he knows, and clearly he knows a lot, maybe he can give Zest a run for his money.
It could happen. Don't forget, this is probably the most affected matchup from the patch. So
yeah, good point.
I think it's still, you know, there's some undiscovered ground. Like what we saw the other night, I don't think is actually going to be representative of what this matchup's going to look like.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We're ready to start this match, guys. The loser of this best of 3 out of the first season of the GSL Code S.
2022 GSL Season 1. Guangdong Freaks, Armani. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest.
All right, so a little bit of a hatchery block going on. Obviously, just going to go ahead and put that hatch down at the third base.
Yep.
Nothing really out of the ordinary here.
So we've already seen a little bit of this matchup before, but I think we're going to have a couple more pros duke it out here in this season before we really, you know, get an idea of where the matchup is. You know, Protoss is, and not just, you know, post-patch or just even a little bit before pre-patch, just kind of in general have been tinkering with different approaches to the matchup, and I mean radically different approaches, from, you know, timing attacks that are so hinged on catching the Zerg off guard that if you don't find the rush incoming in a couple seconds, you can just lose, all the way to the Protoss trying to go toe-to-toe in a very long, drawn-out macro game, and basically trying to, you know, out-deathball the Zerg. So we've seen a lot of different approaches. I think it's actually fair to say that we don't see one that is necessarily better than the other, or we don't seem to have all the Protosses on one same page just yet. And I mean, look, guys, there's no denying it. Zerg's been very strong in StarCraft 2, you know, last couple of years. And so I think especially for Protosses, that's a bit of a burden, you know, trying to figure out exactly how to get a handle on how to take them on.
Sure, sure. One thing I want to point out now, we do see the Stargate going down, but Zest immediately removed one of the mineral patches from his high ground, right, for a more direct route across the map.
Right.
I find that interesting. Like, that's not just in his build for no reason.
Right.
He decided that that was a good time to remove those minerals, so it makes me feel like we're going to see, like, maybe some fast pressure, but then I see the Stargate. So I'm like, I wonder how that's going to pair together.
Yeah,
Is that just for the Adepts to go through a little bit quicker, maybe? Hard to say.
I mean, it could be. You know, if the Zerg sees that too, that can a lot of times kind of telegraph all the intentions for the Protoss
like
as well.
It's true. Like,
you're not like, no, I mined that out so you could get to me faster.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Idiot.
Exactly.
But, you know, right now the Overlord has to be killed off. The Oracle, I mean, the Oracle doesn't really tell us much of anything other than that there's going to be an Oracle, you know, moving out and trying to kill stuff and tag stuff. But, you know, a lot of these, if it is a timing attack, you know, we're going to see it all activate very quickly.
Twilight coming up behind. See what upgrade that's going to be for momentarily.
Twizzle Whizzle Council.
Twizzle Whizzle Council.
I'm gonna spice it up, man. GSL's been on for a long time.
It has been. We got to just rename everything.
Yeah.
We already have Ultra Legs, right?
That's right. Ultralisk legs.
Yeah.
Ultralisk thigh muscles. And it's going to be 3 gates. Now, is this going to be Glaives? I mean, Glaives hasn't been that effective, or is this going to be very much like a kind of in the middle of the road build where you have enough that you don't die and you get your 3rd base up, and really the plans haven't actually shown themselves yet? I think to me it's starting to look like that. We've got Glaives coming, but with this many gates, which isn't that many, by the way, and a Nexus coming, I mean, that doesn't tell me that you're really going to commit onto something. That tells me you want to have enough adepts with Glaives that you could fight in case the Zerg tries to, you know, if push comes to shove, they're going to try to take out your 3rd. You can actually hang on.
Yeah, yeah. I think that this is just like, I mean, 4 gate is not that many. He does have that 3rd Nexus, so just a little bit of pressure. I want to see what is, like, I think he's going to put down a Robo. I'd be really surprised if he doesn't put down a Robo really soon here. But I would guess that from here, if you're going to get Glaives here and, like, show more Adepts, I think what you're going to want to do is keep them alive and go into Disruptor, probably.
And that could be a really good approach in general to try to, like, come into the matchup with. And you know, he's got Adepts.
Oh, 2nd Stargate. Okay, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Plus air attack.
We're coming here with some very different ideas.
Glaives are not done, by the way. They're about to be.
But it does seem like the Zerg was actually a bit caught off by the Adepts coming in here. And maybe Armani's underestimated this. And I don't think this is, you know, necessarily engineered to do as much damage as it's done. But here it is. And, you know, this is Adepts. It's not an all-in, by the way, guys. I mean, you know, he can basically keep shading across wherever he needs to go.
Yeah.
And this is a lot of damage for Armani, and with the Protoss behind this, setting up for an extremely well-positioned mid to late game.
Yes.
So, like, this is really bad for Armani.
This looks fantastic for Zest. He actually recalls 3 out once the damage is done. That'll add a little bit of muscle to him. He's making Void Rays 2 at a time. And, I mean, you can't transfuse off Creep Tasteless, so a counterattack here is not that scary.
Well, he might just have decided that he's lost, and so he's like, all right.
Yeah, he's making nothing but links. Like, he's going to have a lot of damage coming out. And, I mean, if you ally him and let him kill your Void Rays, that'll definitely help. But throwing down a battery. 3rd Stargate is coming up. This is going to be a lot of damage output. That might be the problem, is that he doesn't have high enough DPS at this point to slow this down before taking massive damage.
I don't think there's any way this is going to do what he needs it to do, to be honest.
It doesn't look that way.
I think we're going to be in game 2 before we know it, man. I mean, this is rough. Yes, the Zerg is still trying to, you know, break into either the 3rd or get into the entry point of the natural, but, you know, there's really nothing that can actually directly fight the Void Rays. The Void Rays are now just skipping over the Corrosive Biles. GG. Zest takes that. I think that was one of the games in a GSL that you get where, like, he won, but it was kind of a bop. He didn't really plan on actually ending that with Adepts and then being in a perfect position for late game, but the Adepts came in there and the damage really panned out.
Yeah. It was surprising, in fact. Like, he shaded in well in advance, like 15 seconds, 20 seconds before Glaives were done.
Right.
But it was like the perfect timing, honestly. Normally we would call that an anti-timing, but he killed so much and the Roaches were just a bit late, and he really made that work for him. Armani with, I mean, a very failed counterattack. It was a cool build from Zest. Like, I kind of like where he was 3 base and he just starts making voids, and if you try to counter him, he just holds it.
Too bad for Armani. I feel like the stress is actually kind of building up. You know what I mean? I was hoping he'd kind of come in here looking a little bit better. He looks super frustrated from that last loss, and if he can't pull it back now here on Glittery Ashes, he's out. He's done.
GSL
We kill
Season
him.
1.
Not really.
Thank God you said that. I know. I was getting really nervous.
Is Tasteless gonna murder Armani?
Don't make me Tasteless.
Oh man, I hope we can bring back a better game.
Guangdong Freak, Armani. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest.
Okay, Hatch over here at the third. Zest, again, that build that he did, we didn't get to really kind of see it blossom into the strategy that we were going to have because the game was kind of lost when the Adepts basically elbowed in a moment that Armani wasn't ready for. I think some of that last game was really Armani kind of catching on to what we were even saying a little bit in the analysis in that, okay, this isn't an Adept all-in.
Yeah.
But then he just way dialed it back. And then when the Adepts did come, it was 4 gates total, right?
4 gates.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not like, oh no, 4 gate Adepts, pump the brakes. But at the same time, you do need to have enough to at least kill the Adepts and get control of your side of the map. And so, you know, unintended, the win was really of an unintended consequence of Armani not having the right balancing act there on defense. And that's really what Zerg is all about a lot of times.
Oh, for sure.
Is you have to have the right amount of drones versus the right amount of attacking units and navigate that to a point where you are going to win either defending someone who's going to try to do a timing or just sort of controlling the map and eventually winning in a macro game. So we don't have a lot of GSL games that end like that anymore, but that was one of them. Normally you see a Zerg die in there, it's like, well, there's 7 gates, you know, and the Warp Prism's in the main, warping stuff in, you know. But hey, I mean, losses occur in, you know, all different ways. It's what makes, I think, RTS in general, you know, more interesting than a lot of other games out there. There's so many different variables and ways to win and lose.
We have the Stargate coming up once again. Adept on the way.
Do you think there's a chance that Zest just like tries the same opener?
There is.
Because, again, it's...
Zest, once he finds something that he likes, he'll recycle it a lot. Because it takes a while for anyone to catch on. Because he's one of the like big innovators and big optimizers for Protoss. So whatever he comes up with that he thinks is good is honestly probably the best thing Protoss has at the time. And he is very oftentimes the first person to show it.
Yeah, that's true. And he'll lean into what he's got. You know, it's very different from like what SOS did, where it's like, we don't know what he's going to do. He might not even know what he's going to do.
Either, yeah.
But, you know, it's a bit different here from somebody like Zest, who kind of has modes he gets into and kind of clings onto that mode and lets it kind of, you know, pan out, lets its half-life move on, you know.
So Void Ray into Oracle, second gate for that wall. I imagine we're going to see a third go down right away. When you see a Void Ray this early, that's what you're going to be seeing, and there it is. Single Spore coming up here for Armani to help shore up his defenses. Oh, that's a second Oracle, okay, cool.
And Link gets picked off very easily here. We don't see the ground tech yet.
Ooh.
Gotta be careful.
That's
kind of a weird exchange. We don't normally see an Overlord snipe, but it does supply block Armani.
And he makes 4 Overlords.
Second Stargate started here. Roach Warren inbound here for Armani.
Yeah, okay, so second Stargate.
Seems a bit counterintuitive to just get a Roach Warren right after you see a Void Ray, but...
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A little bit,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's not like you can't get Roaches at all in a game if you see any Void Ray, but it just seems like we already know that Protoss...
He might be thinking it's like the last game where a bunch of Adepts are going to come.
Yeah.
He lost his Overlord very early to the Void, so
True.
that could be Zest just switching it up so it's hard to scout that he's doing the same thing. Also, one thing to note, because Zergs run in towards the main wall, many times. He hasn't started +1 flyer in weapons.
Oh,
right?
that's a good point, Artosis.
So when you don't see that, I think you're much more likely to think that it is not Voids. But it is Voids. And he's making roaches against that, which obviously benefits Zest.
So,
but the converse of that, Tasis, is you're not getting +1 weapons, which is incredibly powerful. I don't know if this is a mistake from Zest or a mind game or what.
It's an interesting idea, right? Like, let's say he goes for air and he's like, let's just not. Like, if he doesn't see the air weapons, he automatically discards that as a possibility, and then the Zerg is in a game they might not be ready for. They might lose because they don't have the anti-air. Instead of a game where they, the air is that he invested in air and got the upgrade. But this Overseer should see this anyways.
Yeah, when this flies in, let's see if he instantly starts the +1 air, or if he doesn't, I think it's very clear at that point that this was a mistake.
Yeah, I would agree with you. If we don't see the air weapons, it's like it's not really a thing to like invest in units and then Nidus. Yeah, it's not a thing to like invest in the air units and not get the upgrades. Just like you would invest in a ground army and be like, no, I don't want upgrades. And
+1 air attack for carriers is one of the best upgrades in the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty wild.
So Armani is going to try to just end this game outright. I think he still is caught off guard, just like we were talking about. And again, he didn't see the upgrade, so I think air upgrade or no, he's probably just thinking, okay, we need to end this immediately.
Starts the air upgrade now after 3 carriers get started.
Okay.
Could have had it by now, and that's a lot of damage output for carriers, but okay. So that
and the Void Ray sees it.
Oh my god.
That is...
Oh my god.
Bad.
He's going to get it, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is going to just be not enough time.
That's a huge catch right there.
Now the Spire is going to start.
Brutal.
Second Nidus here, but this is all too predictable. You know,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, what
He's
about the
looking
other
for
side
it.
of the map?
Yeah, he might get that one up, though, it looks like.
Yeah. But again, momentum is going to be lacking here.
Okay, a little Ling counter attack coming in. Very annoying. Carrier's going to help to clean this up. Attacking into this wall now. A little bit late on getting some of this static D up, unfortunately. Queens stand on creep where they can transfuse.
What? Now, any moment you have a game that looks like this, really the pressure's on the Zerg to end it. And by end it, I mean kill off these bases and start to take control, because right now, Protoss is even on bases. A lot has been invested over here on this. He's got the interceptors now out. He can target down these queens. Again, they're on creep, so transfusion chain heals can happen.
Yeah, honestly, I would like to see a little bit more static D here. Just a little bit more, 2 more cannons.
Yeah.
Something like, or 2 more batteries rather, another cannon, something like that. But I guess Armani actually pulls back. Okay.
Well, he bails on this position, but I mean, I feel like this is getting to be a pretty clunky game from him.
Yeah, it was rough when that first one got shut down. This army is pretty insane right now from Zest, honestly.
Yeah.
He's
gonna
6
tag
carriers already and 4 voids.
All right, no cannon here. No units to really defend and kill this off easily. The Zealots are going to come back. He might have to warp in some more ground units. He just comes all the way back. That little attack here from Armani doing a lot of work, dude.
So you have a lot of extra time here for those Corruptors to get out, for Armani to try to get some sort of defense against this. More Voids are being made. Void Ray speed, charge, more gates, 2 Templar Archives. So why buy 1 when you could buy 2 for twice the price?
And, you know, I'm not sure what Armani's going to be able to get done here. He does have the Corruptors, and we may end up in one of these games where the Corruptors, you know, come out and, you know, he might be able to kind of snowball the fight in the air, but then he has that kind of Corruptor problem where it's like, okay, well, these can't attack ground, and They're actually hard to get rid of after that point in time, too.
Look how many charge lots and Archons there are around.
Yeah, so
like, does he have the ground army to actually deal with that?
I'm actually not sure. He might not.
Doesn't feel like it.
Or at least if he has it, we haven't, seen it on camera yet. But, 2 Archons and a bunch of Zealots can also just shred through the ground.
Yeah.
You only got to win one of the fights.
That is a podunk ground army right there. I am liking this for Zest right now.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good.
All right, here come those Corruptors. The Archons can't get anywhere near those right now.
No, it
but
seems
doesn't
like,
matter.
Yeah, the Zealots and the Archons just push away everything that's over there. 12 o'clock looks like it's likely to fall, and I just don't think that there's actually enough here for Zerg to win this fight, especially as a minute ago, the Void Rays were shift-clicked down onto the Corruptors. And again, the ground army is just shredding here, and once this Archon just starts to hit these, oh, I guess not. I guess there's so many more roaches than I realized. Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, well, he does have more popping out right now. Some Vials end up hitting these air units, but the carriers will end up winning this battle without a doubt.
And if he wins the fight in the air, he doesn't have to stop. He can keep moving. Look for new targets here. Take the Roach Warren out. And, I mean, I think there's definitely the funds available here that he can actually just over and over and over again keep hitting different areas. The Corruptors are going to come forward here. He's going to try to micro that carry back a little bit late on the movement there. And finally, there's enough Corruptors to actually win this air fight. The 2 carriers are going to get recalled back home. But now the Zealots are starting to do more and more damage here on the ground.
Yeah, being sent absolutely everywhere right now. Some Zerglings popping out to try to fight against them. No upgrades on those Zerglings, so they are not going to do very well against these upgraded Zealots. Well, I guess they only have +1 plasma, so it's not that good. Some Roaches and Ravagers as well. I mean, Zest is on 4 base, which is, that seems problematic here for Armani, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's...
If he was on 3 base, I'd be like, all right, Armani, you're doing it.
No, I feel like, he's beaten him down pretty hard. And now we have this game where it's like, okay, you've got a bunch of Corruptors, time to barf on the buildings, I guess. He is going to go into the Greater Spire.
See, this is why you get the 2 Templar Archives.
This is exactly why, Artosis.
Zest is just a genius. No ifs, ands, or buts.
One is a stunt double for the other.
Yeah. Yeah, that overcharge doing some work.
Yeah. That one spiraled out of the air, man. It's like a World War II fighter plane. Just So, yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement with you, Artosis. I feel like this is not looking great for Armani. The game's gotten in it's gone into kind of a weird territory here.
Yeah, there's some funny things going on. Like, he has creep all over the expansions that Zest is probably going to want to take. Zest seems to be kind of switching it up towards ground once again.
Yeah.
All right, he is clearing this out now with that Observer, so that's nice. Definitely needs to think about another base.
We have these kind of outposted creep spots here that we don't normally get in the game. There's like a whole creep island down here at bottom center.
Yeah. Well, this is just kind of the moment where Zest is trying to get his economy built back up a bit.
Right. We've got Infestors here for, the Zerg coming into the mix. Zerg's retaking 12 o'clock, and, they're pretty even on bases here, but I think we're getting to the moment here where Zest wants to try to attack it again. I think the Zerg may have a much more viable army this time around.
Yeah, I mean, look at these Infestors coming up. Very nice fungals. Let's try that Observer immediately.
Meanwhile, these Zealots are going to slowly gnaw their way through that 3 o'clock spot on the map.
That parasitic bomb as well as fungal onto those voids. A lot of damage being dealt to the air, but the actual standing ground army, very scary here for Zest.
Damn. I mean, Zest is just looking so strong, and he's winning on pretty much every front. I think this game's over, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right about that. It's kind of an unfortunate start to the year here for Armani, but he will be the first eliminated from this very tough group.
He did have a great showing against Maru, though. I mean, that's going to be my
game one was fantastic.
My lasting memory of him in this GSL is going to be that game. He really looked good.
Well, the other 3 games weren't very good, but that first game was amazing.
Yeah, well, they weren't very remarkable in any way, right? I mean, not all games are made equally. So, yeah, Armani's out. Our third player to go down here in GSL is Zest. He survives that best of 3. The question now is he going to survive Group B? He's going up against Ryung in a rematch, as that's going to be our final match of the night.
Yeah, and honestly, Ryung looked a bit better than Zest so far tonight, so we're going to see how those 2 match up. Is Zest going to bring something new here against Ryung?
Short break, guys. We'll be right back.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot, still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Lately I've been on my knees looking for the answer. And in my mind I run to the hills for some clarity.
오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침엔 라떼 헐리 점심엔 라떼 헐리 저녁엔 라떼 헐리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 헐리 I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
아침엔 라떼 헐리 점심엔 라떼 헐리 저녁엔 라떼 헐리 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 헐리
Successfully takes the 2-1 this best of 3 and he is finally getting his IEM victory. It took a couple of tries.
Missile can be very effective, and Brood Lords can't really do much about Synchro. So here we go. 제왕의 길을 열고 있어요. 지금 버텨나가면 안 돼요. 승산이죠.
It's it. Here takes it. The unsuspecting.
Today's matchup: Zest, Ryung, Armani, Maru. Most competitive 1 versus 1 game. Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live. GSL Season 1, Code S.
All right, let's settle this. Zest versus Ryung. This is a rematch. We actually started today off with these two, and Ryung had just this outstanding performance against Zest. Really, frankly, outclassing Zest. I knew that Ryung was in great shape, and I knew a lot of the other players had spoken highly of him. But even I was kind of blown away by how easily he 2-0'd Zest. I think Zest had some kind of obtuse strategies he brought into that, but now he has a chance to try to make up for that here now.
Yeah, I think if you want to beat Ryung here, go into some splash damage and see how he deals with that. This Gateway Man stuff clearly is not going to work on him. So here we go. It's going to be Roughneck, Glittering Ashes, and Hard Wire. What do you think, Tasis? Who takes this one?
I'm kind of thinking Ryung, man.
Really?
He looked so good even against Maru, man.
But there are fixes that Zest can make.
Well, let's hope he does them, man. If he doesn't fix it, it's going to stay broken. That's some wise words right there. All right, guys, game one's ready. Let's do this. The rematch is on with Zest and Ryung.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team GP, Ryung.
So I do want to throw this out there, Tasteless. I feel like it's actually pretty important for Zest to win this, because in the round of 10, our Protoss lineup is going to be very small if he does not get in, because Trap should make it through his group, and Rogue's group should have one Protoss get through, either Zaun or Hero, I think. So it's like that'll be it. It'll be 2 Protoss out of 10 players at that point, and that would be pretty low. But 3. There you go, golden ratio.
Yeah, man. I mean, Protoss is in a bit of a weird spot. They have been for a little bit now. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm still, looking at this match and thinking about the very first game of the day where it was like he just didn't go for splash. And I mean, I know that is like a way that we've seen people play, but kind of weird to see him do it here and then lose, and then promptly lose the second game. I feel like Zest has to really bring a much cleaner performance here, because Ryung, like we said before, he's got a little bit of pep in his step here today. He's looking very comfortable. He's very relaxed. He seems to be having fun, and not everybody's having fun in group stages at GSL, guys. It's stressful. You really need to get to later parts of the tournament, to start to make real prize money, to get the notoriety. And a lot of times you're paired against players, of pretty different result spectrums in Korea. So to see him as, one of the players, I guess tier-wise we'd put lower, looking this good and then playing this good, and, he seems to very much so be in his element.
Yeah.
Twilight Council.
Yeah, nice quick Twilight there. So imagine it's going to be a blink.
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just go 2-gate blink, 3rd Nexus.
2-gate, 3-gate, maybe 4-gate. I don't think 4-gate's that popular anymore, but let's see what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I think 2-gate's the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take a base, you definitely... yeah, and there's the Robo. So I imagine it's going to be 2-gate, but... I mean, you can go for a very, very aggressive play. 3-gate feels pretty passe at this point. If you're going to go 3-gate, why not go 4-gate? Or if you're going to go 3-gate, why not go 2-gate?
Yeah, there was a period where that was the build, but yeah, it's these openers kind of, they have their time in the sun, Oh, it's going to be DTs.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
DT drop. Okay. I mean, once upon a time, this was a great build to mix in, so I don't see why it's not a decent choice.
I think it's a good build to rotate in.
Yeah.
Go for a couple of Cape boys.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. Now, there's a medevac on the way, so he might fly a mine drop in there and just get the scout off. We'll see. Prism is already about halfway done.
One of the double-edged swords about doing this kind of DT play, man, if it does damage, it's going to be a lot. It's going to really hurt the Terran, but if it backfires, if you lose the TTs, the War Prism shot down, you don't have a whole lot to fall back on.
It's bad if the DTs do nothing. They do nothing, your opponent's when they hit that supply bump, it's going to be even higher than before.
Yeah.
You really do need a bit of damage with this.
3rd Nexus along with this, so again, it's not bad, but there is a little bit of brittleness in the build if you don't pull off what you're trying to do. So we've got 3 DTs warping in.
Yeah, a mine drop is going for a counter here. There's a Raven on the way. That may help out quite a bit.
A scan here. He does pick up that one DT over there, and he's going to surround this DT. Is this going to be enough? It is to kill that one.
This is actually still fine. I think this is doing well. I know this is doing well. 10 SCV kills already.
It's going to be Ryung's turn.
His turn for what, Tasteless? To do nothing!
Yeah. So, yeah, that really didn't do anything there.
Yeah.
10 SCV kills, though, is pretty good. The DT rush was held. The War Prism's been damaged.
And a follow-up Archon drop now. Love to see it.
Yeah, let's see if he can do a little bit more with this. Again, the 3rd base, is just now finishing. So, there's going to be a lot of kind of boosting of the economy here.
A couple Zealots going in there as well. Blink is being researched. Forge and some more gates on the way. It's a nicely placed siege tank.
Yeah, that's really making it hard for the drop to really do that much of anything. A Viking comes out now to chase that away. So the question is, you know, with the third base operational, Stim not far out here. I mean, what can Terran do? Because Protoss has the 3 bases up. Upgrades are going to fill in along with the rest of the gateways and the other infrastructural necessities that, you know, Zest needs to get to kind of begin to develop over here. Is there a push potential for Terran? Is there some way to try to come in here and attack?
It doesn't feel like it right yet. You know, he did take some significant damage from the DT drop. There's a lot of tech here. I like some of the static D that's being put up as well. A few cannons being warped in. Ryung he's getting ready to put some pressure on at minimum. Leaving that medevac there. Server, of course, sees it. Dude, what are they drilling for on this map everywhere?
I know, man. They better get that out of the ground soon. It's right on the side of a cliff, too. It seems like a dangerous place to drill.
Yeah, it would
You
be.
know?
That's why you have machines do it, though.
That's true, but you could lose that machine in the water.
That's true, but look, you got to do a cost-benefit analysis here, Tasteless. Like, are you going to mine enough on average with those machines to make money?
Look at the thing drilling down here, too.
Yeah, there's all sorts of drills. I just wonder what's on this planet that's so worthwhile.
I know. Meanwhile, the Terran and the Protoss are just trying to get the minerals like usual.
Yeah, for Terran, man, like, are these, like, rare stones or something, gold for them? Whereas with Protoss, there's, like, shiny rocks they're trying to get?
Okay, well, Ryung still sits on 2 bases, and a 4th base is now being taken. Third command center on the way here, but, you know, Ryung hasn't done that much damage yet. Now, let's not forget, Ryung showed so much patience in his first best of 3 against Zest, where a lot of Terran players are kind of firing from the hip, so to speak, like they're just dropping anywhere they think they maybe can do damage, and sometimes they do damage, and other times they don't. You know, Ryung has been extremely conservative in his behavior overall. Like, even here, look, he pulls away immediately. He's spotted. He doesn't go, all right, YOLO, and just fly in. No, I think this is great.
There's some great fundamentals there, like some great lessons to take home. I mean, if they see you, you got to assume he's doing the right thing against you.
Yeah.
All right, storm drop. That casts no storms. Oh, he just started Psystorm. That is so
That's funny. That happens, man. Forgot Psystorm upgrade. Kind of awkward, too, because you really only get one surprise moment with that Warp Prism.
Yep.
And that's that.
Yeah, that is a bit rough. And, okay, he's going to kick off the depot, but honestly he doesn't want to fight because he doesn't have his Psystorm ready. Is getting into probably Disruptor tech here as well. Double Forge is going. Observer speed. I tell you, I like when Zest is playing, like, I like the pattern that he goes in to tech up when he's going for a non-Gateway Man build. Like, this is a different opener. We saw him rush to Psystorm against Ryung the last time they played, and here he did a DT drop, so it's a very different opener. But you see the same types of steps where he's like, okay, we're going to get up to 4 bases solidly. We're going to get Disruptors, our second form of Splash, continue the upgrades, and go into Carrier. And it's like, okay, you're going to make yourself like a very solid army here.
So the waiting game comes in here for Protoss. I mean, just being very patient. Terran doesn't have any big ambitions on any of the corners of the map. I've been really interested in how this matchup's going to look on this map because of how wide it is. And there's just so much terrain that you can kind of march on and put stuff in.
Dude, he's going to go
3 gates. Look at that. Fleet Beacon, more gateways coming down. And so Protoss is at the point in time where they're going to build out like all the endgame production facilities.
Yeah. Scans going down, just kind of figuring out what he has. Psystorm plus Disruptor. Like, we saw Ryung jump in and EMP and target down the Disruptor super fast last time. I'm sure that Zest is going to be more ready for that here. But honestly, like, if he just sits back and he can live to his first few carriers getting out, it becomes so difficult to engage that. Like, everything he has requires different counters. It's like you're playing against Psy Storms and Disruptors and carriers. How do you kill the carriers, Stasis?
It's a good question, Artosis.
How do you... Is it Vikings? Because those are so good against Psy Storms and Disruptors?
That's it. So Protoss now has that, you know, that splash damage we were talking about, especially with these disruptor shots. Oh, zigs when he should have zagged with that disruptor, but like, that's not easy for Terran to deal with. Now, we have Ryung with his army fractured into 2 different groups, and fractured on purpose, by the way, and he's going to try to hit whichever side is going to be weaker. So he comes in over here. Zest comes in the nick of time to defend this Nexus so that it can, in fact, warp in. And the Northern Army here for Ryung didn't really find anything. Now, this becomes more and more difficult for the Protoss the further out to the corners of the map you're beginning to reach to. But, oh, hold on. He's just going to dive right in here and hope that his screen's not there, and it actually kind of works.
It's the same
That's
move.
insane. That's crazy.
Yeah, he eliminated a lot there.
I can't believe that.
More gates being added in.
He just
more
cut him in
disruptors.
half.
Yeah. And he killed a lot of disruptors, which I think is like super, super key, because that's what's preventing you from actually killing anything. The army is definitely bigger for Ryung, but that is Zest planned it that way. He has lots of gates. He's not producing. He's trying to save his money. He's trying to save his supply for what he actually wants. Psystorm goes down the stack deep, buying him very precious time.
Yeah, but Ryung's on the move right now, and he does an EMP immediately, comes in there, and only 1 force field comes up. It's one of those classic StarCraft 2 solo force fields, like, you got it, but what can you do with it, man? Not a lot. So he's going to come in once more. Now, there's 2 disruptors over here, but he's actually sent Marines over here to try to snipe this, which is going to draw back some of those disruptor balls.
Yeah, another one coming out. He
Carriers.
goes down. The carriers coming out, I believe, will stabilize this for him.
Well, the thing is like, there's a lot of damage being dealt over here to Zest, and like, some of these fights, Terran's winning, man. And like, you know, it's kind of crazy. I mean, Ryung looks like a Terran Zerg right now. Just kind of everywhere at once. And look, he leaves with the bulk of that Southern army. He's continued to grow on the map.
Is Zest okay here, though?
Well, I think Zest needs to figure out a fight that he can take and win. Because he's in trouble. Now, maybe the counterattack can do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like right now for Zest, he actually can't attack.
He might think he has to, though.
You think? I think he's actually supposed to pull back and get a little bit more splash. Like, his splash is so low that just the straight-up DPS of the Terran army, I think, kills him if he attacks it. So I think he really, really, really needs to add a bit to his army before going.
I'm a little bit worried for him here.
Okay, I think he has High Templars in that Prism, actually, so that could be the answer here. Like a couple Psy Storms, and
no,
this changes the map completely.
There's nothing in the War Prism.
No, there's a second one, though. EMP's going down. Still hasn't utilized that War Prism yet. Okay, here he goes. Drops him out now. That's funny. 2 War Prisms, 1 empty flying around. And he does throw those storms down. The interceptors are mostly gone, so he's got to be careful about that. These carriers are actually paperweights right now.
Yeah, they're not really able to do that much. The interceptors soak, you know, it's funny to say soak for the Zealots and Stalkers, but that is the way it goes down. And it seems like Zest may keep slow pushing here.
He's got to buy time for those interceptors at the moment. But once those are back up, I mean, his army is getting very scary right now.
Okay, so he's going to come in here now. Is this actually enough? I mean, this is to the point where Ryung needs to defend this. Supplies keep mounting. Gosh, there's a very vulnerable base up there at the top right. I didn't realize there was, like, literally nothing to defend that. But I don't know that Zest is going to move in that direction. If he can come up here and push into this spot, he's going to get 2 bases.
Ooh, nice storm there. But look at the damage output. Again, not a lot of splash here, just a little bit for Zest. And Mass Marines can gun this down. Their DPS is so ridiculous.
Yeah, well, they just wipe out all the interceptors here, and I don't think there's very much on the ground. In fact, these stalkers try to blink away. They could end up blinking over into this base that I think probably would have been a much better target for Zest, if we're all being honest. The carriers pull away. Oh, okay. I was going to say, maybe these carriers are just right-clicked over that.
Yeah. Okay, Zest is forced to pull back, and he keeps his carriers alive, which is what's important here. He really, really, really needs some more splash. He has like a few side storms here, but there's a lot of ghosts. See,
yeah, EMPs. The problem is that, like, the army of Ryung, it's easy to reassemble fight after fight after fight. For Zest, he basically got this super complicated army that just seems to kind of fizzle out after the interceptors die off. And an EMP connects on the Templars.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, a big part of it is, well, he lost all those disruptors. Like, he should make some more disruptors. Maybe he lost the support bay and he just has been playing without it, but like, you throw down...
Oh my God, he got the Warp Prism full of Templars.
Yeah, that's a bit painful.
Oh,
Zealots
boy.
without charge walk slowly forward to their death, and Ryung is going to take the game, but...
He keeps going. Look, I don't think he should have gone for carriers or Tosis.
I'm okay with him going carriers. Like, I think the 5th base was a bit of a stretch, and he got punished for it. And then he holds on with the carriers, and he immediately counterattacks. Now, he did wait for a little bit more splash, but honestly, if he sits back, his army scales a lot better than Ryung's. So why don't we scale the army instead of attacking with an unfinished, teched-out force against mass DPS, which is exactly what you need as Terran to kill that off.
Here's what I think happened. Okay, I think he was dealt a lot of damage back there, and then saw these carriers and saw that he had Templars and kind of thought, oh my God, maybe that this is where I just, counterattack and win. And you could feel the dream slowly fade and rot away as you see how slow that army is to kind of like engage with any area. This is not the same thing as having speed lots and stalkers and archons where you're like, okay, thank you, I won that fight. Now it's your turn. And so he went all the way out there and slowly had to retreat all the way back. And then it was Ryung coming down there with that execution play.
Yeah. Ryung holds on. I mean, it was certainly well played from him.
I mean, this is going to be it, man. If Ryung wins this, he's 4-0'd Zest for the day.
Damn. That's pretty nice.
Just eating IR's lunch.
He lost 0-2 to Maru, but it felt like he went 1-2.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a 1-2.
Look, I'm going to say it right here. He went 3-2. Okay, in that best of 3.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Zest. Team GP. Ryung.
Okay, so I mean, this is going to be either Zest's beginning of a big comeback, or Ryung is going to clap him again and just,
just clapping.
Just clapping kids, man.
Just claps his ears.
Clap.
Like, oh, I can't hear anything now.
It's like he's killing mosquitoes in this room, man. Just clapping them.
Man. I feel like Zest, if he would just make a couple decisions better, his PBT would look so dastardly. Like, he's overextending a little bit. He's not staying in very good defensive arcs. There's a lot of very cool things he's doing, like not making units when he hits about 150, because he has exactly enough to hold everything off so he can make carriers and have bank.
So he can fill in 6.
He's not taking that many bases. He needs a lot of money for this. So he's like trying to skimp exactly and everything. And Then he's like, well, you know what I'm going to do before these carriers finish? I'm going to take a 5th base. And it's like, no, you're almost there, Zest. You're almost there.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed that 5th. It's like, well, that's just, you know, another place that you can be hit. You actually have enough, I think, to build into this. I could be wrong, but it seems like
once
that.
the carriers pop out, he can take more bases. He can attack, whatever. If
He should do it when the attack comes in. Yeah.
But, and the thing is, it almost looks amazing. But he's making some missteps. There's no question.
And by the way, in that last game, I think the biggest moment, honestly, was when, like, it seemed like maybe Zest was ahead, and then Ryung just YOLO stimmed in and killed off all the disruptors.
Yeah.
And then, like, the screen zoomed out, and I don't know what was happening above that, but there's a bunch of Marines coming down, and it's like all of a sudden, you know, Zest was killed. It's a very StarCraft 2-esque thing, especially with Terran stim armies, where it's like, oh, battles happen almost too fast in this game.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Zest probably wishes his screen was over that in that moment, man.
Yeah.
Because once he lost all that, it's like, oh, all right, that's it. The splash damage is gone.
We'll see if he can do a bit better this time. He's obviously not having a good day against Ryung. And Ryung is playing really well. There's no question there. Definitely putting out some very good games. So I don't want to take it away from him, but I do feel like if Zest fixes just a little bit, he'll be able to win. Don't forget that game started out with the DT drop that got like 11 SCVs.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Almost forgettable after all the things that also happened in that game.
Yeah, many things did occur.
Okay, so
it's a 3-gate this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking a lot like what we saw earlier on. No, wait a minute. Did he go Oracle on 3-gate in game 1? I think he did, actually.
Yes, in game 1 he went Oracle 3-gate.
And then in game 2, he went 2-gate into Expo with a Robo. So this is going to be the 3-gate Robo.
Yeah, in the last game we saw him go 2-gate Robo Blink.
Right.
3rd base, but this is 3, so we should be seeing him actually go out. Like, you can see the Prism being made. He should go out and do a little bit of a pin, a little bit of pressure, you know, see what he can pick off. He'll get info from that as well. Oh, I'm sorry, it's actually 4-gate. Never mind.
Oh, was there a 4th gate?
Added a
So we both missed that?
And I missed. So.
Okay, so 4-gate, this is a little bit older, and this is basically intended to take a fight. I was actually about to say that, like, you know, this opening, these are all fine, but really it matters more how he techs later on. But in this opening, it's actually going to matter much more how the Terran defends, because the Protoss wants to do some damage right out away.
Yeah.
Now, the most straightforward answer to this is to have a bunker, not just the natural, but also in the main.
He might kill him with this.
Yeah.
Like, this is a build that can kill. And look, he's getting up here immediately. All right, picks off the Cyclone right there. That's Stim. That is Stim right there.
Yeah, I think Stim's going to finish in time, though.
It does look that way. Okay, not 100% the best micro there from Zest, and Stim is going to finish, as you mentioned, so that's really, really important. A lot of SCVs ready for that repair. He knows what the next move is.
Yeah, he's going to try to dive bomb the bunker. He sees there's SCVs that he can try to take over there. Nice kiting with that infantry. And so the Protoss will probably seesaw back over to the natural entry point. Not natural, the main base entry point here. And, you know, the momentum's going to build here. But, you know, he needs to either kill the bunker or get some kind of big win here. He barely kills that bunker. He keeps the Warp Prism alive. Probably should have had some more SCVs on that bunker. You know, you need just a little bit more stay power there. It doesn't mean the game's over, but now, you know, the beginnings of a Protoss win are there.
Yeah.
Right? You could start to kite now. SCVs are pulled here. Ryung may have just lost control of this game, and Zest really shifting gears into a more aggressive style of play. It's punishing Ryung.
Yeah, and he's being very careful, not blinking forward or anything, as he should not. Picking off what he can. 10 SCVs dead already.
Yeah, a little bit chunky on the blinkaways, but he's got to be as safe as possible here. He just needs to keep all the Stalkers alive and then try to fill them back in with more and more Stalkers and only pick fights where he can slowly chisel away at the size of what the Terran has.
Support page is finished. So let's see, is it Disruptor, is it Colossus? Ooh, some nice pickoffs here. Doesn't lose anything for it. Third Nexus gets started as well.
Oh, he doesn't have enough to get that bunker right now. And again, Ryung is just hanging on. All he can do is try to weather the storm, try to take the beating as best he can while lashing back whenever possible. And really, Zest isn't giving him much. He's not really dropping Stalkers. He hasn't given away the Warp Prism or anything like that.
I think we're right at the very end of this.
I think so.
I think at this point, Zest stops pushing in. Ryung has kind of hit the critical mass to defend everywhere. And now, like, you have to be a little bit careful here, Zest. If you throw too much, it's not like he has a ton of production at home. He needs these Stalkers to buffer for his Colossi tech. Yeah, I think it's time for him to just pull back straight up. You know, it's...
I agree.
He has his third Nexus. Things can go really well for him if he lives to getting a few Colossi out, gets this charge done. It's going to be nice.
And now, I mean, Zest is in a very healthy spot. He's got a lot of gateways coming. He's got his Colossi out. But Ryung's going to move out anyways. And, I mean, at least for where the armies are both positioned, I don't feel like this is great for Ryung. But let's see. You know, sometimes with the Colossus, it can move over a high to low ground easily, but it's actually not a very nimble unit. It can't really get from point A to point B that quickly. So maybe he wants to try to pick up and drop in the main, but even looking at the main now, it looks like he's ready for that. So basically, Ryung's just going to go back home and continue to mass up. And, you know, for all the damage that Zest did, we could end up with the same situation on both sides here, which is that Ryung seems to be better in late game and more patient than Zest is. And so Zest is going to move out again. This next attack is going to be a very important one. We need to see how much damage Zest can do, or if Ryung can maybe outmaneuver him.
Well, this is a pretty cool army that Zest has here, right? He's got Force Fields, Blink Stalkers, and 2 Colossus with a third coming. So you can micro this really heavily. You can definitely shave some units off, carve out some damage. So just have to hit those Force Fields. There's those charge lots in here now as well. Ooh, look at that. Hallucinated Zealots going in.
Guardian shields up.
Ooh, those mines are really good.
Yeah, pretty nasty, honestly. And, I mean, I feel like Zest just has enough, right?
Maybe, yeah. The 3 Colossi is really scary. And look at the way that he's got him where it's like, okay, come and attack me. He doesn't want to attack in. Those Zealots are going to make Ryung make some sort of move, though. His third base now under attack as Zealots get into the main base. This looks like a Zest victory right here.
Yeah, I think this game's over, man. All 3 Colossi stay alive, and there's just nothing that Ryung can do. It's all off the back of the damage that was done in the first rush. And we're going to be going into Game 3 here, the final game of the night. Zest getting his first win against Ryung. He's lost 3 total tonight, but if he wins 1 more, he actually moves on into the round of 10.
Yeah, yeah. Big moment right here. One of these guys is going to get eliminated. Obviously, the round of 10 is huge. That's our new round of 16, but even less numbers.
Yeah, it's closer to a round of 8 when you really think about it.
Oh my God, yeah.
So, I mean, I think Zest made a good choice with that opening. I think Ryung realizes what happened. I mean, I think especially when that first bunker fell, even though Ryung didn't die, units were starting to bleed off, SCVs are being killed. And it was chaotic, and even though Ryung survived it, I mean, Zest didn't just do the damage he needed to in the rush, he also built everything he needed back at home, too.
Yeah. Well done by Zest.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to get aggressive again in this next game. I think he's actually thinking about right now exactly what he wants to do.
That's definitely what he's thinking, man.
Yeah.
Like, what weird build am I going to do?
His macro builds are not working out for him as well. I think it's more decision-making based than build-based, but definitely his execution there was strong, and you know, he was able to grind Ryung down. Ryung now getting a little bit of help here from Maru, I think.
Yeah, Maru's still in the studio. Looks like he's talking to him now. I mean, I don't think Zest does the same build that he did last game. Because I think, honestly, all that Ryung had to do is have, like, more SCVs repaired and, you know, be a little bit more prepped for that. But, I mean, this could really go either way. It is cool to see Zest kind of adapt in the group itself.
Yeah.
And come out with a build that is much better engineered to take on a player like Ryung and hit him where it hurts, hit him in the early game.
Yeah. All right. We are going to figure this out right now, guys. It is tied up 1-1. One of these guys going to the round of 10. The last map will be Hardwire.
Yep, Hardwire is loading up now, guys. In our final match of the night, final game of the night, I should say, we're going to see who survives, Zest or Ryung.
2022 GSL Season 1. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest.
Oh.
Team GP, Ryung.
There's 2 probes moving out.
Oh my God, it's a
Forge.
cannon rush.
Okay.
Oh, he really wants to go to the next round, doesn't he?
Yeah, deal with the devil. Let's go.
Oh, that's crazy.
This one's for the gamers, Artosis.
This one is
This
for the
one's
gamers.
for all the gamers out there.
Oh my God. Yeah, you don't see Cannon Rush every day against Terran. Well, I mean, if you play the ladder, you probably do. But
Probably almost every game you see that. But we're talking about in GSL.
yeah, I mean, it's the most rare against Terran of all the races.
Yeah,
so.
it's the least effective since Terran, you know, default with ranged units.
Yeah. But he's got a probe up here. Oh my God, look at this. He's going to throw these down right in vision. He knows that they're in vision.
Hey, the gamers are watching.
Oh boy. This is pretty crazy.
He goes for a wall-in. I thought he might commit down.
Ah, okay. He wants to block him from coming up.
This probe in the main becomes extremely important.
Yes, it really
because,
does.
like, if he kills that, it's like, well, I wonder what's happening in his main base. I wish my cannons could hit stuff
Yeah,
in there.
and that's why he's trying to zone it back. If a pylon gets up, that becomes really hard
The pylon
to deal
gets
with.
up!
Oh boy.
Ho, ho, ho! Ho, ho, ho!
You know, I bet when Ryung had been 3-0 against Zest, he was like, you know what, I'm going to go to the next round.
I bet when he was talking to Maru next to him over at his booth, they didn't talk about this happening.
No, probably not.
Now, again, you know, the cannons on the low ground are a threat, but if he can stop the cannons up in the main, maybe he pulls it off. But Marines, 2 of them do enough damage to kill 1 cannon, but what if you just kept making so many cannons?
Oh, he can't get the 3rd Marine out, unfortunately.
Oh.
That is very, very painful. Okay, another probe is coming.
He might just try to snowball it just with warps. I mean, I don't think there's
crazy.
any gateway. Yeah, there's no gateways. What am I saying? It's just nothing but cannons, dude.
Yeah, now more cannons finishing here on the
What
high
about
ground.
just buildings? Because the thing is,
boy.
cannons don't cost supply.
Hold on now. I mean, if he can get Marines into this bunker, and he has a factory, like he'll I mean, a siege tank?
Oh, you're crazy.
Don't forget, like, Zest has spent a ton of money here on this. He doesn't have anything going on other than this push right now. Tasteless.
Is justice going to prevail?
Tasteless.
Or will evil win? Is it the Joker's Gotham or is it Batman's Gotham? I mean, what happens here?
There's a Cyclone on the way. Now, Zest is teching up. This is crazy. Oh, he wants to block it. No.
Oh, yeah.
You can't.
That
That's
was
too
ambitious.
Okay, this is very annoying.
Okay, how many minerals does he actually have here? Because he can't repair this forever. Oh, he's going to long-distance mine.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to salvage it.
Yeah, that makes sense, because you can't push any further. There's going to be a Cyclone. He can gun down everything. That means Zest has to tech. It'll take a little bit for him to chew through all this. Can't pull that cannon back out of vision, that's for sure.
Oh, gotta be careful. SCV is kind of getting pulled over to the side here. So what, there's 5 more cannons total.
Dude, hold on. Like,
I think that Zest is okay because he's just mining more.
He is certainly mining more, but 2 Cyclones? What can Zest get in time to stop 2 Cyclones?
That's a good question. I mean, once he gets out, the Cyclone is maybe I don't know about getting this pylon before the cannons. Honestly,
Cyclone, I always like to mention, is the yes/no question. Do you have what you need to stop it?
Yeah,
and
because if you don't, the Cyclone
situation,
just kills whatever it's dealing with.
Yeah, and like he's making a Stalker. Okay, what? I mean, he is going to be out of here very quickly.
Yeah, and it's not like you're going to make cannons at home to be safe against this, right? So, like...
Yeah. Okay, 2 more gates. It looks like he's just going to go Stalkers and use Micro. Okay. Maybe that's enough.
I don't know, man. He's going to get this last cannon.
He's going to repair these up.
And he might even want to send SCVs with this. He might just have enough.
Yeah.
Dude, I see one right. Stalker. I see one Spider Boy.
One Spider Boy. One full-gore Spider
What about
alien.
these Roly Boys coming up here?
Oh, dude. Those trucks are going to get him.
Yeah, man. He's going for the Hot Wheels. Command Center.
Those are the scariest 2 Cyclones I've ever seen.
Dude, yeah.
Do you think this Stalker has what it takes to beat 2 Cyclones?
Who knows? Actually,
Well, he's about to go up to 4. And, I mean, 4 plus good Micro is pretty decent.
Do we go into a normal game? I think we do. Now, he's going to go right into Blink, by the way.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's going to take the assets he's got in this game and just buff him with Blink and go right back to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like it.
He's going to go right back there and start warping cannons with those Stalkers.
Needs a Prism this time.
Yeah.
Cannon drop. Okay, there's a siege tank here. So I mean, this is some pretty anti-Stalker right now set up here for Ryung.
It seems like Ryung basically has a read on what probably is the best route for Zest to go, which is Blink, by the way, because he already has the Stalkers, and so he's just going to answer that. Like, hard counter the Blink.
Tay says, I need this to be a 30-minute game from here. That would be the greatest.
Dude. It's coming, man.
It's such a strange position. Like, Zest has way more workers right now. Look at that, 40 to 27. But Ryung's tech is a bit better. The Stalkers, I don't think will find any damage. Okay, Zest's going to take a third. That makes sense. Is Ryung going to gear up for, like, a timing attack? I don't think so. But if he doesn't, does he just get out-tempoed by Zest's advantage?
I don't know. I mean, you know, it's a weird game. And I know that we don't know, but I would imagine the players are probably not quite sure of where they're at in this game either. Because
I think for sure.
You don't. I mean, this is not a normal game, right? Where the damage can be computed ahead of time. It's one where like one player might think he's ahead when he's actually clearly behind. Like I feel like if Zest comes in here with Blink and actually commits, he's going to lose the Stalkers and then lose the game.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I think both of them think that Zest is ahead, but how much? Is it I can kill you ahead? Is it I can get away with greedy stuff ahead? Yeah. And I think it's the I can get away with greedy stuff ahead. Because, like, if he goes Gateway Man from here, how do you ever get an army that can deal with it? It's going to be very difficult.
But, you saying that, Artosis, let's not forget, I mean, Ryung is looking like the most patient Terran in GSL right now.
Yeah,
maybe he can wait it out. So, I mean, who knows, man?
Look at Ryung's face. He does not like his position.
Well, he's doing his best. It's kind of crazy how Zest picked the straight-up, like, old-school cannon rush.
Yeah.
Start this off, and it nearly worked.
Well, I guess it did work. It didn't kill him straight up, but... Okay, the great Hallucinated Phoenix comes in, gets very good intel, 3 racks, there's plenty of tanks, there's a 3rd command on the way. So I think Ryung will be able to just get into this next base. He should be able to take his 3rd. Zest has a fair amount of gates, and Charge is going to be finishing up, so there's a possibility we see him attack in. 4th Nexus coming up. Yeah, he's up on 8 gates right now.
Man. So I think Zest has played this out beautifully. I mean, to keep expanding, to keep growing. That Hallucinated Phoenix that looked in there, he got a vision of the future, and it was one where he's not attacking him. He's going to keep growing. His Terran can't attack out yet quite either. Maybe coming up here, but For the rest of this game, he couldn't have moved on the map.
Yeah.
And so he's going to start inching out. But, you know, the Protoss is going to finish a 4th base. That's going to be a huge boost. I think once that 4th base finishes, I think we see a lot more gateways start.
Dude, and Zest is staying a step and a half ahead.
Yeah.
4th base and Templar Archives, these are like really good decisions from Zest, I think. Like every time it looks like Ryung is making the right move, Zest is just like, yeah, and I'm also doing this. And how long can Ryung answer that? He's down in supply right now. You know, right around these numbers, like 60-ish, this is normally where you see Terran up in an even game.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Good catch, good position there with the Viking. Ryung really playing a clean game. You know, doing his best to try to catch up here. Dotting his T's and crossing his I's.
Using scans for intel right now. Sees the army size, see where it's at.
Keep in mind, if Zest overextends, the game could spiral out of control as well for the Protoss.
Yeah.
You know, you have a bad engage and Terran just stims all that down.
Oh, dude,
you're fine.
He's going to get into disruptors now. Psystorm into disruptor. Yeah, Zest is treading the line like perfectly right now.
Yeah, he's playing, I think, by far the best game of the whole day. Even sending a probe out here, I assume to make pylons or spot for a drop. You know, if he needs to recall, he'll just do it in time and deflect the drop there too. Psystorm 10 seconds out.
Look at how careful Ryung is being.
Yeah, well,
his SCV count's okay. His army count's okay.
His worker count is kind of meh, but not terrible either.
Yeah, no, I think it's all right. I mean, he's already missing patches in the main, so that's enough for 3 bases.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Wow, a 5th base.
Yeah.
Okay, Zest is kind of crazy.
God, it's just, but there's no punish. Like he's just staying right out of reach. Oh, God, you can't be losing that. Storm comes down.
Ooh,
oh man.
Okay.
Oh no. Storm's all over the place.
Oh my God, and the Warp Prism gets away.
Okay. Well, he didn't lose too much. They're on the same supply. Disruptors are coming though.
Oh man, he just moves the 3rd base up here. He needs something, anything.
Yeah. But with 5 bases up, look at the amount of charge lots out here right now. Disruptors coming. Carriers certainly going to be on the way next.
You know, it's kind of like that Armani Maru game, only it just seems like, you know, with Zest in the position that Armani was sort of in, he's playing it outright.
Yeah.
He's just continuing to pull his advantage, and he's being very, very patient. He knows that a misstep is all it's going to take for him to lose control of the game. So he's just, you know, he delayed the 3rd. Finally, the 3rd base CC that was supposed to be put at 6 o'clock is going to be put just outside the main. And as that happens, the 5th base finishes. More tech is coming, 2 more Stargates, a fleet beacon, shield upgrades. I mean, he's just getting everything else.
Yeah.
He's ticking all the boxes of like what Protoss can have here.
And Ryung needs him to waste something.
Yeah.
That's the important thing. But if Zest just sits back, like look at this. Zest right now, he's adding gates. Look at his bank. He could macro more, but he's not. He's doing that same type of move where he's just keeping empty supply so he can get into exactly what he wants. He's not wasting money. But in the previous games where Ryung won in this position, like Ryung was already maxed, had map control and stuff like that, right? And he had an army that could attack. Here he's put a ton of money into defensive units. He's got Liberators, he's got mines all over the place, he's got siege tanks, Cyclones. Look at this. He's just like continues to defend, but with carriers on the way, I mean, this is going to be an army that can bust through.
Now, let's point out here, Terran's almost maxed out too.
Yep.
It's not going to be a comfortable fight, but Terran is going to also hit their limit for everything they can have in a game, right? So, you know, maybe we are going to have a push come here from Ryung. The problem is that money's now spiking here for Zest. You know, he's got 2.5k minerals, sorry, 2k minerals, whatever, and a little bit under 1,000 gas.
He's adding Colossi as well. So now he's going to have all 3 sources of splash.
Right.
Carriers.
Carriers too.
Like, it's everything. It's everything you want.
And it seems like now he's going to try to push north. EMPs, but man, that ramp, that's tough to try to engage disruptors on, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think 2 disruptors hold off a lot over there.
Yeah. He's starting to kill his own units, which I love to see. So in a situation like this, it's like better to kill off your units because a good player can tell when you're sending them in for the purpose of clearing supply.
Yeah.
And if you send those in, then suddenly you're like, oh, that's actually an attack timing for the Terran player where you're like, okay, he's buying like carriers or Colossi or something like that right now.
He's killing off some of his own units to try to make room and supply to get things like Templars.
Yeah.
More bases, man. More bases. And
If
Ryung
Ryung wins this, he is the greatest hero of all time.
Well, I mean, he's been so patient, right? In all these games, and he's won most of them, right? But even in this one, you know, this guys, if you just now tuned in, this was a cannon rush that Ryung barely held. And then Zest went back and took the whole map, or most of it at least. And then Ryung has just played it out. He's never overextended, and I think for the first time we're going to see some real action here. A drop inbound, probably to bait out a recall. All right, so that's a funny spot to have some units unload.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he was looking for, unfortunately. Well, I don't think that it's like bad for Ryung to do that. He can kind of get into better supply here. I think he doesn't really want many Marauders. Getting ready for another attack. This army is so silly. Like, Ryung has to take the greatest engagement. It's possible. It's possible.
Oh, these medevacs. Don't mind us.
Okay, get some decent EMPs off. Here comes the disruption ball. There you go.
Okay, he's going to just inch in here. And, I mean, he's going to kill off this CC. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And now he's going to come down to the planetary. Is this an overextension, though?
Well, a lot of EMPs going off. The planetary is getting some serious work done as
there's
well.
There's a lot of SCVs repairing this. It's like kind of barely hanging on.
Yeah.
Or it was.
Well, he does end up losing there, unfortunately. Ryung with quite the effort here. Oh, some Psystorm drops get off on his army. The interceptors are going down in size, with the Colossi putting out a lot of damage here. Prism bringing in more Zealots. He has to retreat a little bit. Dude, like, Ryung is doing as well as you could expect anyone to do from this spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing amazingly. And look at this recall. Oh, Zest. Just, you know, not going to overextend.
Yeah, he's
so patient.
This is the most careful game that we've seen him play in a long time.
Well, this makes sense. I mean, he's basically lost to Ryung over and over again. And, you know, Ryung is, like, very behind. I mean, if you just look at the map, Ryung's still on now 3 bases. He's going to reclaim the 4th by jettisoning. I think that's actually the main CC. And dropping that there. And so, like, Terran's, like, barely hanging on right now. No hidden bases, just Protoss filling in all the mineral patches up here at the top half of the map.
Yeah, Ryung almost getting a decent battle there.
He's going to try to come down again. And keep in mind, you know, Protoss can trade off some units. They have so many bases they can rebuild. Terran is barely into this and doesn't have enough patches to mine from where they can make it work. All right, the Marines are going to try to obliterate the interceptors first.
Oh, God. Yeah, he's going to get some Psystorms off now. Drops them out of that Prism. This is a lot of damage up, but the interceptors are gone.
Yeah, the interceptors are all gone. There's
if only the Colossi weren't there, like, he would have a shot at killing this army.
Sure.
The Colossi, though, are adding so much damage against this mass Marine ball. And, I mean, Ryung is trying to take the fight as best he can. He does not have a bank behind this, while Zest does. So even if he kills this off, he needs to do that, like, twice more.
This is kind of crazy, man. Like, Ryung is, again, guys, his heart's still beating, man.
Yeah.
He's still alive in this game. It's just, it's getting rough, dude.
What's a hero story where the hero, it's like a really good hero story where the hero dies at the end?
Matrix 1, doesn't he die in the end? And then he like comes back to life for some unexplainable reason?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember, actually.
Any kind of Disney movie?
Romeo and Juliet, right?
No.
Ryung and Juliet here? He's like...
Yeah, I remember that. Juliet cried and her tears touched Romeo, and then he came back to life like a Disney movie.
Ryung and Terran wins. It's a sad story here, Tasteless.
I mean, look, let me paint the one optimistic way this could go for Ryung.
Yeah.
Protoss keeps inching in, and Terran keeps staying alive base by base by base. And things start to dry up in the north, where the Protoss is. There's not as many mineral-rich locations. I mean, Ryung has really shown like an insane amount of patience.
Yeah.
Here, he just isn't overextending. He isn't taking a fight unless he has to. He isn't taking an angle that's not going to be favorable to him.
The thing is Zest can trade at a really poor deficit, and it's going to be a victory for him. Just any trading is good for him at this point.
Well, that's the thing, is he has so many bases. You're just like, all right, we'll just like hit anything because I have, you know, what does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has 7 bases total here.
Yeah, the EMPs are just awesome every time from Ryung.
Yeah.
His retreats are amazing, his building placements, his micro, but there's no macro to back it up, unfortunately. He's having such a hard time mining anything. He's mining from one base right now. Zest taking another base as we speak.
Yeah, nice storms coming down here. Again, Zest. Dude, I think Ryung actually wins this fight again.
This is insane.
This is like, oh, hold on. That's a lot of zealots.
Yeah. The Colossi are just dealing so much damage. He's still going to clear it.
He's going to kill the 2 Colossi. Oh, hold on. There's a Warp Prism.
Dude, Ryung is truly good. He is truly good. Look at the things he is doing in this game. Like, he's actually up in supply right now. I have chills.
Well, it's
I can't even
pretty crazy.
Like, what am I?
He's got 2 bases now. It's going to be mass Archons, as you know. Zest knows a counterattack. He's got to brace for impact here because he doesn't want to lose control of this game.
Dude,
but, there's a lot of ghosts to the EMP.
It throws down a handful of EMPs on those Archons. They're just going to pop. Colossi, though, still going to put out a lot of damage.
Oh, probably not good to have that on the cannons, but he's going to have some extra EMPs here.
Yeah, he has a few more. Okay, backs up, backs up.
This is a crazy game.
This is...
Like, Ryung is just willing his way through this. This one goes out to all the people that die to cannon rushes. Every day.
Yeah.
You just stay in the game. Fight hard. But again, now we're starting to get to where this could get even, depending on how the next couple fights go.
Dude, Ryung is doing everything, man. He's still got that Widow Mine up there getting damage. This is the most tooth and nail I think I've ever seen anyone fight through anything. Ryung truly heroic this game. Throws down a bunch of EMPs.
Okay, the Archons just disappear, man. But the Colossi, the damage is a lot. The Stalker's in a very good angle. Maybe there's enough, though. Push comes to shove, and he moves through.
God. Oh, my God.
Dude!
Is Ryung doing it right now? What is going on here?
Is he the chosen gamer? Oh, no Archons for you, friend.
I can't even believe this. Zest has 0 army, just whatever he's warping in right now, which is mostly Archon base.
Keep in mind the exterior bases are really the minerals he has. I mean, the top 4 bases, most I think have been nearly and completely mined out. So I mean, he basically has the second layer of bases below the top file or whatever you want to call that. And that's just 3 bases. Well, it's 2 now. There was 3. 1 just got killed off. So this is kind of crazy, man. And honestly, I think this game is flipped. It's clearly Ryung in the lead now.
Dude,
I can't believe this.
This is so absurd. Like, Zest doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, well, and he certainly doesn't have anything of complexity, right? He's just been able to crank out some gateway stuff but he doesn't have like those carriers. He doesn't have those Colossi. I don't see Warp Prisms with Templars in them. Maybe they're somewhere else on the map. And now there's a counterattack. And I'll tell you what, man, you know, Terran tend to deal out damage a little bit quicker than these kind of Protoss attacks like this. So, like, I don't think Terran has to, like, really react that quickly here either. Oh, my God. And
the base trade will go in Ryung's favor for sure.
Yeah.
Zest barely has anything right now.
I think Zest may be in disbelief right now as to what's happening. I mean,
yeah.
Zest with such high ambitions for this year, and Ryung, you know, most of, you know, what we were wondering about with Ryung is like, where is he at exactly? Everybody says he's good. He's bending time and space to make this game happen. Goodbye, Archons. Now, again, you know, maybe a tenacious Zest hangs on. Does he have the tenacity of a player like Ryung? I don't know. Ryung is still functioning on 2 bases. Looks like this third one's in trouble with the Stalkers coming in, but he'll probably have to recall these away. What?
Boy.
Where do those come from?
Yeah, that's too bad for Zest.
He's like,
right
remember
there.
game 1 from earlier today? GG!
Wow. And it's sad to see Zest go. Definitely one of the world's best Protoss players.
Nah, this is amazing.
And
Ryung is so sick.
That is insane that he won that game. He, like, wow.
That was
if
so
you don't
crazy.
have respect for Ryung after that, there's something wrong with you. Like, that guy can play some StarCraft too.
That was such a good game.
Oh my God.
Just don't overextend. I mean, that does it for this group, guys. We get to end on a very high note. Ryung, in an insane match, does manage to beat Zest of all players. We're going to go to an interview now with Ryung. I really want to see how he's feeling winning that. Maddox will be translating for us once more. And I think we're going to go to that interview now.
네, 정말 대단한 싸움이었습니다. 10강
What
진출자
a
팀
game.
GP 김동원 선수
Now we have a
만나보겠습니다.
second
축하드립니다.
winner of the game. It
네,
is
정말
going to be Ryung.
축하드립니다. 이번 시즌 무려
Congratulations on your
10시즌
win.
만에 코데스 무대였는데요. 작년에 계속 아쉽게 예선 탈락했었죠.
It's been years
먼저
when since you
10강까지
got
올라간
into
소감
Codes, and now you're into round of 10. How do you feel?
최대한 버리려고 노력을 많이 했는데 월요일 날 수요가 올라가더라고요.
I try to let it all go.
그래서
But
혹시
DRG
이런
got
생각을 좀 하긴
in
했는데
the Monday,
수호
so
덕분에
maybe I
동기부여가
can.
진짜 많이 됐어요.
So DRG
이런
made me
생각을 많이
feel like
했습니다.
made me feel
와,
to
김동원 선수
eager
마지막
more.
하드와이어 이 경기를
The last game in
승리했습니다.
Hardwire.
번즈프로시 막으신 것도 대단한데
Well, it was
이
what a game.
운영을
I mean,
이렇게
after defending
불리하고
the
힘들어
cannon
보이는
rush
공격
and
싸움에서
all of the harsh
승리를
moments,
거뒀습니다.
and
이
you
경기
prevailed
승리
it.
뭐라고 생각하세요?
일단은
What happened?
뭔가 느낌이 이상하긴 했는데 캐논
I mean,
러시를 보는
it
순간
was
제가
really,
입구를 잘못 막아가지고 서플
yeah,
3개를
weird
지어서
feeling,
막는 상황이 나와서
but
아 이거 졌다 이런 생각을
yeah,
하고
it's like
있었는데 사실 저 빌드가
yeah,
저희 팀에
after
있는
so like
프린스 선수가
after
최민호 선수가 정말
the
잘
free
써가지고
supply block,
그걸 많이 당해봤어요.
supplying
그래서 아,
block,
이거 졌구나 하고
it failed,
가봤는데
and
생각보다 저는 한 10대 0 생각했는데
I thought I would
9대1
have lost
정도?
this game, but
1대
after
희망이
actually
있겠구나 하고
Prince,
했는데
my teammate,
이길
actually
줄은 몰랐어요.
taught me about this build,
사실 1세트도
and he actually taught me how to counter it.
근성으로
I didn't
역전승을
really
만들어내신
think
것
that I
같아요.
would win that either,
암흑기사
but
드랍 피해
turns out I did.
컸었잖아요. 이 경기 유불리 좀 어떻게 보셨었어요?
그것도 제가 성우기전을 준비하면서 사실 배제했던 빌드였는데
and all the
아무래도
DT
다전제다
builds that you have
보니까
suffered with
성우기랑
it,
하다
right?
보니까
Right? And how do you feel about that?
뭐 저도
And
비슷하지만
actually, I really didn't think about
그
DT
빌드가
build either,
다양하더라고요.
so
경험을 많이
I
했고
mean, that he had a lot of
그냥
build in
운영만
his
가면 이길 수
sleeve,
있다고
so.
생각은 했어요.
But
요즘
just I
기세가
had
굉장히 좋으신 것
confident in
같아요.
my
아예
macro, so if I go to the late
이
game, I
안정적인
was just
프로토스전을
confident to win it.
보여주셨는데 오늘도 주성욱을 2번이나 잡았습니다.
You have
이
shown a
경기력
lot of
자체도
good
굉장히 좋아지신
TVPs
걸
back in
느꼈지만
IEM, and you
프로토스전
have
개념
beat
자체가
Zest
아,
twice.
뭔가 이건 좀 얘기를
And
듣고 싶다 이런 생각을 했거든요.
I was really curious about your TVP
토스전은
macro.
저는 자신이
How
별로
do you-
없는 상태에서
how do you
IEM을
think about it? How do you
갔는데
feel
제가
about it?
모든 토스를 다 이기면서
I mean,
그때
I
좀
was
개념이
really
많이 쌓였던 것
didn't.
같고
I was really not confident about
오늘은
TVP, but
근데 뭐
winning
제가 잘만
all the
하면
Protoss in a row in
무조건
IEM
이길 수
made
있다고
me
생각은
much more
했는데
confident.
제가 못할까 봐 좀 두려웠어요.
I was
네,
a
그것만
little
아니면
bit scary
충분히
that I
이길 수
would
있다고
get a cold feet,
그럼
but
이제 조성주
I
선수와의
managed that also.
5년 만의 대결 그 이야기도 좀 해볼까요?
And also
5년
the
만의
game with
대결이었는데
Maru
패배를
after 5
당했습니다.
years.
지금 조성주
And
선수가
after
보고
5
있는데
years,
좀
he
아쉬움이
actually
크게
revenged you.
남으시나요?
So
성주가
how do you
워낙
feel?
패전을 잘하기 때문에
I mean, he's
이제
really good at
일단 제가
TBT.
6대1로
I mean,
상대적으로
he's a
앞서고
really good
있었단
overall.
말이에요.
So even
근데
though
저
I
친구한테
was
복수할
ahead
기회조차
in
주고 싶지
6-0,
않아서 만나서 이겨야겠다는 생각보다 그냥 만나고 싶지가 않았어요.
I just didn't
근데
really want to face him
만났는데
because just I
잘하더라고요.
wanted to keep
근데
that
뭐
6-0, but
제가 아쉽기도
well,
해가지고
yeah.
다음에 또 붙으면 할
It is
만하겠죠.
what it is. I just faced him
특히
and I
그
lost
큐리어스
it. And
마인즈
after the
엘리전
first
패배.
game,
와, 이건 정말
yeah, I thought
아쉬웠다.
I'd win
이런
that game, but I
생각하실 것
lost.
같은데요. 다시 하면 좀 자신 있으세요?
So do you really think that you would have won that?
저 친구가 나이가 저보다
the first game?
어려서 이긴 거지 저보다 잘해서
I mean,
이겼다고
if I
생각하지
was
않습니다.
a little like
이건
few years younger, I would have beat him.
자,
Honestly.
오늘 그래도
But
이렇게 멋진 경기력
yeah,
보여주시고
it is what it
뒷심을
is also.
보여주시면서 10강에 안착하게 됐습니다.
And now
오늘 또 박수호 선수 이야기도 하시고 프린스 선수 이야기도 하셨는데
you have mentioned DRG and
주신 분이 좀
Prince,
생각나시는
and
분들 있으실까요?
it seems like you have some people
이번
to
경기를
thank.
준비하면서 아무한테도 도움을 받지 않았어요.
Honestly,
혼자 준비를 열심히
no.
했고요.
I did all that
조성주
by myself.
선수랑 같은 조다 보니까
But actually, but
게임
being
얘기를
in
좀 깊게 하려고
the same
했는데
group with
서로 그게 잘안
Maru,
되더라고요.
I thought I would
저는
share something a lot with Maru, but
빌드도 흡수 많이
actually
하고
turns out I
저는
didn't.
도움을 많이 받았기
But
때문에 조성주
well,
선수
anyways,
살짝 고마운
well,
마음이 있었는데
all that
그걸
improvement
저도
I had was all
김동원
because
선수
of Maru, so
집술하실
I
때
thank you for
거의
that.
춤추듯이 좋아하셨던 구단주님께서 서운해하시겠어요.
It seems
네,
like
어쩔 수 없는
your sponsor,
일단 팀에서
SGP, your
제가
team manager
경력이
would be
오래돼서 이제 케어를 안
have
받아도
bad
되는
feelings about
시점까지
it
올라왔지만
because
항상
he always
경기장에
follow
와서
you. Well,
사소한 거 하나까지
like I
해주려고
said, it
많이
is what it
해서
is.
네, 그런 부분에 대해서 또
But
팀에게
he
감사합니다.
cared a lot.
네.
He cared a lot with me,
김동원
so
선수
and he also followed me
진출이라는
and
아주
get a
큰
mental
기록을
boost. So
만들어내셨는데요.
I thank you for
마지막으로
that.
한마디
So
들려주실까요?
anything last for the
제가
fans?
이제 욕심을 많이 버리면서 IEM을 했는데
After I
부분이
let
잘
it all go
나왔는데
in
이번
IEM,
욕심을 좀
I just got a good
하더라고요.
results.
근데 그러면서
So
좀 프로답지
after
않게
that,
이거
I got
욕심을
confident.
가지니까 부담이 너무 많이 돼서 좀
And
편하게 하자
seems like
이랬는데
turns out
그렇게
after
하면 좀
being
기대해
confident,
주신
it seems
팬분들에게
like I
마음적으로
expect
좀
more.
죄송한 마음이 많아서
So just I was
저도
really
나중에도
worried
그래서 마음
about
많이 비웠어요.
being
그래서 경기력이 잘 나왔기 때문에 저를 응원해 주신 많은 분들께
underperforming,
진심으로
but
감사드립니다.
seems
네,
like
알겠습니다.
yeah,
다시 한번 10강 진출
I managed that,
축하드립니다.
and thank you for all the cheering and all
자,
the
이렇게 김동원 선수
expectations you
만나봤는데요. 오늘 경기 최종 정리
And thank you for translating, Maddox. Guys, there you have it. You heard it from Ryung himself. What a crazy way to end today. I mean, I was already pretty happy with the games today, but like, damn, dude.
It was awesome. Today was a fantastic day. Ryung is the true hero.
Oh yeah.
Can't even believe that. I mean, it's sad to see Zest go out. It seems like we are going to definitely be having a hard time for Protoss representation this season. But Ryung like just played completely out of his mind. So much fun.
It's like one of the best games I've ever seen.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
I was sure he was dead for so long, and it was the most patient play we've really actually ever seen.
It's going to be a moment where, I don't know, man. It was kind of a crazy day of, I don't know, Terran's coming back.
Well, our next group, guys, is going to be Rogue, Nightmare, Byun, and Zaun. And, yeah, this is... We could get Zaun out of there.
Could be. Going to be interested to see how Nightmare performs.
Yeah, he is he's the biggest underdog in this whole season.
For sure, but, you know, our tournament is also kind of built off some of these guys that are going to show potential in the future, so...
Yeah, for sure.
I look forward to seeing how, you know, Nightmare is going to play here. Beyond,
for sure.
I hope his wrists are okay.
I love Nightmare's play before. He was the first guy to use DT Blink professionally.
Yeah, of course.
So we can all remember that.
Yeah, maybe he'll do it this time, but they won't attack as quickly. He just dies. Who knows?
We did see that today.
Man, Terran comebacks.
Yeah.
Just play like Maru or Ryung.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're losing that game. Have you
It's
tried
nice
playing flawlessly for like half hour and then
yeah,
beating his army in the end and then killing each base and then winning?
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm glad that we have a second Terran that we can say just play like
Yeah.
that guy now when people are having a hard time. So that's really nice. Thank you to Ryung for that.
Just play like Group B Terrans, man.
Yeah.
Great games today.
Amazing game.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm full of energy, man. I got to
Yeah.
go run around the building a couple
know.
times. I'm going to run some laps.
Do you want to, when we turn this off, just recast today
Let's
with
just
me?
cast it again together.
To
one more
nobody.
time to
Let's
no
not
one.
even
Yeah.
record it. I just want
Yeah.
to do it for passion reasons.
Let's just do that. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, what a crazy set of games already. We're off to a very good start. Definitely better games than Group A, by the way.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And
I doubt another group is going to be as good as that one. Like
it's hard to top, dude.
That Ryung game at the end, like when he's getting cannon rush and his command center's on fire flying away, and then he wins.
And a probe tries to run up and block it from landing, and it lands anyways. I don't know. It's crazy games. Guys, that's all the time we have. We'll be back Monday, same time, same place. We love you. Take care. Bye-bye.